as she'll lead the field out of turn 4 and looking to the flag stand for green to open up some racing on a Saturday night. Green flag. We're racing at Gren Bend Speedway with the junior sprints for 20 laps. Side by side into turn number 1, Colin Klumper in the 11 will get out in front early. Here comes the 2 of Blake Watson on the high side. Quickly the front 4 single file as they come around to complete the opening lap. Klumper out front. Watson and Eaton, the 18 of Edwin Hyde, up to 4th. Maxwell Lloyd in the 6X up to 5th. Everybody single file now as they come around to complete 2 laps.
You know, and as the 11 of Colin Klumper sort of sets sail here, the 2 of Blake Watson has definitely been one to watch in recent weeks. So has the 6 of Alexis Eaton, the 18-8 of Edwin Hyde. Also, a lot of these drivers rising to the surface. We've also seen some good action from the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd. That's the driver who's running in the 5th place spot. As we see a battle for second here, the 6 of Alexis Eaton now on the inside. The 2 of Blake Watson into turn 1 completes the pass. That's good for second.
Yeah, Ryan Clarke back in the field, starting shotgun on the field, trying to make a couple of moves to the outside of Emma Graham in the 8 and the 90 of Keegan Lamont. And Ryan's going to make that pass on Emma, trying to get to the outside of the 90, and Ryan will do that. Side by side for 4th as well. Oh, yes, big look out! And we got a big collision in turn 2. And immediately we'll go to red flag conditions here at the Speedway as Watson and I believe Maxwell Lloyd came in contact. In turn 2, the 11 of Colin Klumper's around 2, and immediately the safety officials and safety crew will attend to that scene in turn number 2.
Yeah, it was a pretty tough hit over there up there on the high side of the racetrack. You know, just trying to, we got a pretty good look at the replay there. The Blake Watson machine got turned around there, and the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd just clipped into her. And they go to the red flag pretty quick there, partly because the racetrack is blocked. And he's out of the car, race fans, the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd. Give him a round of applause. Hops out quite nimbly there, actually, which once again gives us a sense of the safety equipment these drivers are using. You know, they're not just sitting in those cars unprotected. They've got the big helmets on. They've got the multi-point racing harness, which isn't the same one that you drive in your street car with. They've got 2 shoulder straps, 2 belt straps, and then a strap that comes up from down below. We do see the sports medic folks there, though. They are having a quick talk with the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd because, Chris, you and I know we've called enough races together. Sometimes a driver, you know, they'll have a pretty hard hit, and they jump out of the car so nimbly, and they want to demonstrate to everybody. It's like, yeah, I'm okay, I'm all right. You know, it's almost they're almost worried about the fans in a sense. They want to reassure the fans that they're okay. But you know, just like if you take a big hit on a football field or something like that, you might be able to wave to the fans. But it is actually good, and especially with the kids here, we take our time for a few moments to say, okay, catch your breath. Calm the adrenaline down a second. Are you actually okay? What day of the week is it? You know, what are you doing here? You know, you start to run through a quick little, even a little concussion protocol, just to make sure it's like, you know, are we really, you know, feeling A-okay, or is there anything that needs to be looked into? It looks like he'll just get a ride in the safety van there, and I'm presuming Blake Watson was in a similar situation there. Was blocked by the safety van, so I didn't quite get a chance to connect there on that. Colin Klumper, he did spin around a little bit sideways there. He's not considered an incident car, the blue number 11 on the front straightaway. He jammed on the brakes pretty hard. These cars have a single disc brake on the rear axle assembly. So if they jam on the brake hard, what can happen is the rear wheels will lock up. And the cart will spin around. So I heard, especially for Colin, they were jumping on the radio, and they were saying they have one-way radios tower to driver, and they say, you know, stop immediately. And as Colin was coming around there, he could see those 2 cars kind of wadded up there, and definitely eyes wide, made the decision, jamming the brakes. You know, I got to stop this cart before it gets anywhere near this.
Yeah, the 6 of Alexis Eaton that just exited the track as well, as we're still in our red flag conditions. I believe the officials were just trying to get Alexis to line up. Safety crew still looking at Blake Watson high in turn number 2. The Maxwell Lloyd machine has been trailered off the track.
And so, yeah, they're just, I'm presuming Blake is A-OK over there because the sports medic crew has already cleared the facility. But I think what they're waiting for is the safety crew to come back and collect the car. I'm going to guess there's a little bit of damage on the right front of that vehicle. I'm not going to guess. We know. we saw. So I don't care to speculate on that. But.
Yeah, I think we for sure have 4 laps complete now. Colin in the 11 did cross the start-finish line with his transponder, so he's listed as 5 laps complete, but we might only have 4 completed laps, which means probably 16 to go when we restart here.
And Blake is A-OK back there. The checkerflagmedia.com team was just zooming in there on what was going on with Blake, and what's happening is track promoter Gord Bennett just keeping Blake company, just keeping her company down there. She's A-OK. So a round of applause for Blake Watson, by the way. I don't think we gave Blake her round of applause there, but she's A-OK back there. And Gord was just keeping her company, especially for the younger drivers. You get in a crash like that, it's like, oh yeah, we're going to leave you here while we wait for the safety crew. No, we'll keep you company. We'll chat for a few moments here while we do that. So I see Gord pulling back there, and we should see our safety crew back out to collect the 6 here in a moment. And in the meantime here, we've got Aiden down the racetrack here. He's helping the drivers to get back in order so we can do a snap restart here when we're ready to rock and roll. So yeah, these are the junior sprinters, the youngest drivers there, and I guess we just got a safety equipment demonstration, which is not how we love to start the evening with the junior sprinters, but one of those things that happens from time to time in racing is everybody's fighting for the spot. That's how she goes sometimes.
I got to take this opportunity, too, to thank some of our sponsors who have helped to put the racing on here at Grand Bend Speedway in 2023, including McCann Ready Mix, CarQuest, Country Corners, My FM Radio, Wilds Printing, Excalibur Insurance Group, RCM Racing Equipment, Lambton Sanitation, Mint Lube, Auto Fusion, Pinedale, of course, Dockstader Property Maintenance. Thank you very much for all of our sponsors and our division sponsors and class sponsors as well. You'll hear those throughout the evening.
So safety crew's going to head on over there and collect the 6 car of Blake Watson. Head her back to the pits. Sorry, the 2 car. Did I say 6? Of course I did. And yeah, officials are just zipping around here, getting the kids back into order. It is a learning program, especially for the youngest drivers here, so it does take a few moments to get them keyed back in after a crash like that.
Now, these are a pull start, John? Are they a push start? Or?
Yeah, so they're a pull start. They're not going to need a push, so if you're thinking of like the sprint cars that you might have seen at Delaware or some of the big dirt tracks and things like that, these cars don't need a push to get started, but they do need a pull. So they just, sometimes you'll see like a lawnmower pull. The drivers can turn the car off, like they can shut the engine off from inside the car, but they can't fire it up. Although that'd be a heck of a trick if you could fire from it. But you see, they have to give it a big pull start like a lawnmower. So the kids can't start them, but they can turn them off under a red flag. They're generally taught to turn it off.
Race fans, give it up for Blake Watson as she goes on by here in the 2. The field looks like it's all set in order. Leave the red flag status on around the quarter mile and move back to status.
And so yeah, we're getting these drivers into order. The 11 of Colin Klumper takes the front of the field.
And making a switch for 3rd and 4th, as John mentioned, Colin out front. The 6 of Alexis Eaton in the 2nd running order position. 18 of Edwin Hyde, then the 85 of Ryan Clarke, and the 8 of Emma Graham as we're back under caution.
And as we get back into this here, the 11 of Colin Klumper is going to have his hands full a little bit. He had pulled out to quite a substantial lead before the caution flag. So when we get back at it here, he is going to have to go toe-to-toe with these other drivers here. So we'll see if they can stick anything to him here. So yeah, they're saying we are 4 laps into the 20-lap race. And so here I think we're set to just about be going back at it. We'll see what starter Aiden does here, whether we're good to go for white or... I think they're double checking something on the order. Double checking something in the order with these drivers, but... Yeah, I think Aiden's set to double them up here and get them back going, rock and rolling here with the junior sprinters. I suppose the question is going to be...
Yeah, I think the
hey, is this...
That might be the 2 of Watson, maybe.
I think if you look towards turn 4 and down the front straightaway, Blake Watson's coming back into the race. That's the 2 car that was just involved in that crash. That's pretty good. So not only are the cars safe, they seem pretty durable.
Yeah, so obviously that's what the officials were waiting on. The 2 team working on Blake's car to get her back out on the track, so they're going to double up on the back stretch now.
And that's neat. I wondered about that. You know, sometimes with the youngest drivers, especially early in the evening, they don't necessarily do it later in the night, but they will sometimes wait for the kids, because especially for the junior sprints, it is a learning program. It is a fun program. It's not very much fun when your car is, you know, especially if it's able to run and you get stuck in the pit side, you know, that's not a fun learning program. So I think they do a good job here at the track of, you know, they're not going to wait ridiculously, especially later on in the evening, but, you know, if it looks like they're coming back, they'll say, okay, let's give it a couple seconds here and see if we can come back.
So Colin Klumper, the control car, officially 16 laps to go.
Look at turn 3. Maxwell Lloyd's trying to come back into the race too. The green flag's going to drop. Both drivers are actually going to be back in this event.
That's fantastic. Green flag. We're racing again with the junior sprints, and a full field resumes.
Oh, it wasn't him. Sorry, I psyched everybody. I thought it was the 6X. Sorry,
it's the 90
guys.
of Keegan Lamont, as Colin Klumper will grab the lead. Down the back, everybody single file early, so Keegan Lamont returns to the race. So 7 cars doing battle here. It's Klumper out front, Eaton second, Hyde third, Emma Graham quickly up to the 4th spot, followed by Clarke, Watson, and Lamont.
Big battle here now starting to shape up for 3rd place. I think is going to be the one to watch here between the 18H of Edwin Hyde and the 8 of Emma Graham. Graham, the driver of the black car out of Glencoe. She's taking a look to the inside. Graham is running, the 18H of Edwin Hyde running up just a little bit higher on the racetrack there. And so she's, you know, taking the shorter way around the racetrack in the black number 8. But the 18H, by going up a little bit higher, it is a bit of momentum racing in the sense that he's not scrubbing off as much speed by trying to keep it down onto the low side. We see that so often in these cars.
Yeah, and that battle is actually almost reeling in the blue 6 of Lexus Eaton, Clarke and Watson behind them, trying to reel them in as well. And
the front
cruise around of Blake Watson just coming out of a corner exit. Turn 4, so we'll go caution on the speedway for a spin from the 2 of Blake Watson.
And you got to wonder, I don't think there was any other drivers involved. Oh, and they're wadding up here a little bit out of turn 4 as they were slowing down the 6 of Alexis Eaton. Something happened there as the drivers under caution got psyched out there. The safety crew is going to help just push the driver around. I think Blake Watson did that on her own there, and so as much as she was in a hurry to get back onto the racetrack, I gotta wonder if maybe something might be a little bit messed up in the handling on the car.
Yeah, it could very well be. They'll straighten the 2 up, and they'll straighten the 6 of Alexis Eaton up as well, both back underway.
So it'll probably be a pretty rapid fire restart here. Everybody's up and running. Safety crew's doing a good hustle out there tonight. Man, they're earning their pay already this evening, the safety crew. You know, I think it was last week or the week before that, it was a pretty clean night for the safety crew. They were able to sort of put their feet up, but that doesn't appear to be the case tonight. Certainly in the junior sprints, they're definitely keeping them busy.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to send the 6 of Alexis Eaton around the pace vehicle, and the pace vehicle set to pick up the 11 of Colin Klumper, I believe. We'll see how this shakes out. No, they're going to just hold the 6 back and bring the field past her.
Yeah, that's probably, it's tricky as to what to do sometimes with the kids. You try to figure out what the best way to get them into position. They might even let Alexis Eaton hold the spot there. Because
yeah, that's right, because she wasn't a result of the caution.
She wasn't actually in the caution. She wasn't the caution car. She was trying to heat an official direction there, which she read as stop, which may or may not have been the case. So I think they're just going to slot her back in the line there, especially in the kids program. That's sometimes how they'll do it.
So 11 official laps complete, and it's a 20-lap feature race number 1 for the junior sprints, and 9 laps to go when we restart.
I think they actually might be dropping the 6 to the back, so I guess they are going to class her as one of the accident cars for the spin. So the officials are just working through some scoring. There's the white flag.
White flag on the Speedway, so that puts Hyde in the 18 up outside row number 1 alongside Colin Klumper. Emma Graham in the 8, Ryan Clarke in 85 in row number 2. Then it's the 90 of Lamont alongside the 6 of Alexis Eaton, and then the 2 of Blake Watson. So it looks like we're set to go with 8 laps on the timing and scoring. 8 laps to go officially here in this 20-lap junior sprint feature race number 1 tonight. They'll come out of turn 4. Green flag from the flag stand. We're racing again. And a good start by Hyde this time in the 18, trying to get the whole shot here on the 11. And Colin Klumper will try and edge out Edwin Hyde down the back. Here comes the 8 of Emma Graham looking to the inside, and Klumper will grab the lead.
Yeah, the 18H of Edwin Hyde there. This could be a difference in gearing. You know, one of the adjustments they're able to make on these cars is which gear they're going to run. Some of the gears are more set up for, you know, a longer run where you're going for a higher top end speed, but crummier on the acceleration side. Some of the drivers run the bigger gear, which is good for acceleration, but not quite as good when you get that up and roaring.
Front 3 trying to get away from the rest of the field. Ryan Clarke in 85, up to 4th after a pass on Lamont. Back in the field, Lexus Eaton trying to get underneath the 90. Klumper all by himself. Good battle for the 2nd spot. Hyde and Emma Graham. And then Ryan Clarke will lead a gaggle of 4 cars for the 4th position, with 4 laps to go next time by for the leader, Colin Klumper.
Your battle is definitely here in 2nd place. The 8 of Emma Graham right there on the back of the 18H of Hyde, trying to find a way around.
Nose to tail into turn 3. A couple of turns behind the leader, Colin Klumper. 3 to go. Time by. Ryan Clarke remains in the 4th spot. Lamont in the 90 and 5th. They're being challenged by the 6 of Alexis Eaton. 2 laps to go this time by from the flag stand.
And this 2nd place battle with 2 laps to go, definitely one to watch. But look here, out of turn 4, we see the 6 of Alexis Eaton trying to make a move here on that 90 of Keegan Lamont.
1 lap to go this time by for the 11 of Klumper. That battle for second continues to rage on. Emma Graham in the trolley tracks to the 18 of Edwin Hyde, and in this 4-car battle, a half a lap back for the 4th position. Klumper will come through turns 3 and 4 one final time. Checker flag in the air for the 11 of Colin Klumper. Battle for second out of turn 4. And Edwin Hyde's going to take it over Emma Graham. Now a 4-car battle out of turn number 4 for the 4th spot, as Lamont was able to get by Clarke. And Lamont will grab 4th, Clarke 5th, Alexis Eaton 6th, and Blake Watson in 7th. And that concludes feature race number 1 in the junior sprint class, brought to you by Huron Transfer Services. Coming up momentarily, we'll go trackside to John, who will speak with our feature race number 1 winner, the 11 of Colin Klumper.
Here he is popping out of the car, getting the helmet off. And there it is. Hop on out, grab a flag. I'll hold the wheel. Put your hands together, race fans. That's the 11 of Colin Klumper. He is our winner here. Oh, Colin, it was a hotly contested one behind you, but you really unfurled the sails there and just took off.
Yeah, Edwin, he got me at the start, but I stayed low and tried to avoid a crash if possible, and did that, and it was pretty awesome.
Who do you want to thank tonight?
Redline Concrete, Kyle, my grandparents, and my mom and my dad for bringing me out tonight.
Okay, race fans, put your hands together for the 11 of Colin Klumper. We'll throw things back up to Chris in the booth. Well, let's speed things up here a little bit. Just a little bit.
We're going to go to...
Engines moving up from 6.5 horsepower to 9 horsepower.
Yeah, we're going to go to the junior late models here, John, here at GBS, brought to you by Marshman Engines. Set to do 20 laps in their opening feature race of 2 tonight. The 77, Callum Lawton out of Tempsford. The 22 is Judah Busink from Strathroy. The 9, Grayson Masson from Ingersoll. The 37 is Del Freiberger from Walkerton. And the 2, Malachi Busink, also from Strathroy. 20 laps for the junior late models.
So the officials going to work, getting the drivers into their running order out here. The junior late models always hold a special place in my heart because these are the cars that I raced when I was a kid as the white flag flies here. And, on the Brad Clarke Memorial Night, they really were, and I was seeing on the chat and the Facebook feed earlier, Brian Cahoon is on the Facebook live stream that we're running this evening, and Brian Cahoon, Brad Clarke, and a lot of these guys were, behind the original junior late model program over at Delaware. And, some of these cars out there are original cars from that Performance Fiberglass shop, which is really cool.
20 laps of scheduled distance. The pace vehicle will pull off in turn number 3. Callum Lawton in the 77 will bring the field of 5 to the green. They'll look to the flag stand for the flag. There it is, green flag racing with the junior late models. And quickly the 22 of Judah Busink gets out front on the high side. Freiberger in the 37. Oh, the 77 of Lawton got the left side tires in on the grass. And quickly, Freiberger in the 37 out front. And will lead the opening lap.
These drivers don't have mirrors, so they cannot see what is happening behind them. They sort of have a sense because they can hear if another driver is nearby, and they can sometimes catch it just in their peripheral vision, but they're really looking pretty much straight ahead. And Chris, you were saying this driver out front, this 37, was looking really strong in practice.
Yeah, Del Freiberger had a very good practice session, looked very strong, kind of looked at maybe a little out of sorts once got heavy into traffic, but there's no traffic when you're at the front of the field, John, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's sort of the trick, is if you're having trouble in traffic, just get out front. Don't worry about the traffic. And I guess that's what Freiberger's strategy was tonight.
The 22 of Judah Busink battling with the 9 of Grayson Masson for second. The 2 is Malachi Busink, 77 Callum Lawton. And they'll come around to complete another lap.
And a little bit of a skip there out of the 37. One of the things that for the junior sprints and for the junior late models, they don't have suspension components in these cars, so there's no springs. And what that means is if you hit a little bit of a bump on the racetrack, it can really set the back end a little bit bouncy there. And we saw that from the 37 of Freiberger. That's allowed the 22 of Judah Busink to sort of catch up here just a little bit. If he keeps hitting his marks, he might be able to challenge for this lead.
Yeah, Judah just turned a 15.352 2 laps ago, his fastest time, and the fastest time of any of the cars thus far in this feature. Both the leaders just turned their fast time. Freiberger with a 15.399 and the 22 of Busink a 15.251. And definitely the 22 of Busink tracking down the leader, the 37 of Freiberger. Coming up on the 77, Callum Lawton. There you see the blue and yellow flag from Aiden in the flag stand. Callum in the 77. The leaders are coming. So battle at the front right now. The 37 of Freiberger, the 22 of Judah Busink, and Judah's reeled that 37 right in now as they'll come out at turn 4. 11 laps to go this time by. Grayson Masson, my apologies, remains in the 3rd spot. It's Malachi Busink in the red number 2 in the 4th position. The battle is at the front of this field. Cross flags this time by from the flag stand. Halfway done, halfway to go for the leader, the 37. Del Freiberger out of Walkerton, followed by the 22, Strathroy's Judah Busink, front 2, nose to tail. And Busink got a nice run, quarter exit, turn 4 there to kind of close that gap on the 37. He's right there now. The 37 of Freiberger, nice little run, quarter exit out of turn 2, down the back, gained another car length and a half. Oh, loose was the 37, opportunity for the 22, Busink to the high side. Freiberger got loose on a 2. They'll come out of turn 4, Busink remains on the high side, trying to draw even at the line. 7 to go that time by, and they went really high in turn number 1. And Busink with a little bit of a run will try and reel the 37 back in.
And that can be a little bit of a trick that you can pull is if you're on the inside is to not be pinched off. On the high side, sometimes drivers will try to keep you as low as they can get you, especially at this track, because you can sort of lose a lot of momentum if you get it right down on the apron there, and the 37 did not want to get pinched off, that's for sure. A little bit of a cross to the high side now. Oh, cross to the inside for the 22 of Busink, trying it on the inside. and seals the deal. Completes the pass, but the 37 has the momentum. Going to give him a little bit of a slide to the inside, and side by side they're bumping down the front straightaway.
Yeah, Judah Busick in the 22 will not give up the lead when he has it. You're going to have to bump him out of the way if you can. Now Freiberger in the second position. You're going to have to track that double deuce down with 3 to go next time by.
So a hotly contested battle for the lead tonight. In the junior late models, they're going to be coming up on lap traffic here probably at least one more time. 3 laps to go, 2 laps to go. Popsicle sticks are up.
And we'll see where they catch Callum in the 77. They might catch him just at the start of turn 3. They might have to go to the high side here. This will be interesting here. Busick will have to go to the high side. What will Freiberger do? Freiberger sees an opening. Busick's really loose. White flag. They'll go 3 wide at the line. Freiberger to the inside will grab the lead back into the turn 1. And Busick now has to fight back for the lead. Down the backstretch one final time. Great pass there by the 37. Now Freiberger out of turn 4 will grab the checkered flag in the junior late model feature race number 1, followed by the 22 of Judah Busick. Then the 9 of Grayson Massa and the 2 of Malachi Busick and the 77 of Callum Lawton. Back marker traffic proving to be the difference there, and Freiberger taking advantage, going low, making it 3 wide at the line, eventually grabbing the lead, and we'll hear from Dell momentarily down track side with John Houghton.
Well, that was a hotly contested one, I tell you. Driver hopping out. Race fans, put your hands together. Del Freiberger, your winner. I'm just going to slide you guys back here for the TV. TV can see us in 3, 2, 1. All right, there we are. Now we're up. Del, congratulations. A successful run out. Tell us about that final run within the final couple laps there. You're going 3 wide, lap traffic in the middle. You got the inside run.
Oh, it felt really good. Yeah, the 22 went high, and I see a hole. I seen a hole at the bottom, and I just said, "Let's go for it," and then we came here.
All right, who do you want to thank tonight?
Martin Freiberger and Sons, Kenworth, Weaver Contract, Versa Bank, Charlie Audubon, Lumen Industry, Caldecott, Image Wraps, 2 Speed Motorsports, London Drive System, Strike Energies, and all my other sponsors.
All right, right on. One more time, race fans, put your hands together for the 37, Del Freiberger. We'll snap the photo here at the family. Hold up the flag, we'll throw things back up to Chris. Does Del Freiberger have some fans on the backstretch there or something? They were like yelling. What were you guys yelling on the backstretch? Did I hear like, go Freiberger? That's what we thought we heard. This is a rowdy group for a junior late model race. Whew, that's funny. I don't think they can hear me. That's okay, though. They're happy, though. They're happy with the outcome, so I'm happy for them. Yeah. All right, let's bring things up another notch.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to the 9 horsepower mini sprint class, John. Presented proudly by Huron Transfer Services, and they're out for a 20-lap feature race at number 1. On the track, we have the 88 of Andrew Ross Cole out of Forest, Ontario. We have the 7 of Hannah Hamilton from Thetford. We have the 8 of Corey Hamilton, also from Thetford. The 33 is Grenben's Mike Beneteau. The 13, Mitch James Bornham. And the 77, Austin McClellan from Vanastra. 7 9-horsepower mini sprints set to do battle for 20 laps. Feature race number 1.
And so the shake-up here, 9-horsepower motors, so the same motors that you saw in the junior late models, but the cars are lighter and now they're driven by grown-ups. So this is sort of the key. These guys are awesome to watch, and they're the fastest growing division of the track by a wide margin. The start of the year, not so many drivers participated, but they really hustled and got
I'm going to
out.
have to stop you there. Not all grown-ups. We know who's behind the wheel of the 77.
True. Yeah. So we've got Austin McClellan out there, and then Hannah Hamilton, too, is a young gun as well in the 7. So not all grown-ups. It's more of an open division there. No longer, we don't consider the 9-horsepower sprints to be a learning class. This is a real racing class. So the kids programs, those are awesome, but now it's time to rock and roll with the 9-horsepower sprinters. This is going to be one to keep your eyes out for.
Yeah, white flag ready on the Speedway, and they have already doubled up. So we'll get set to go here with Rose Cole in the 88 on the inside of the control car. Looking to tighten them up just a bit out of turn 4. They'll look to the flag stand. Green flag. We're racing 20 laps with 9-horsepower mini sprints. Immediately, Mike Beneteau in the 33 goes 3 wide before the line to grab a spot. And Beneteau looking to grab the lead. No, he's going to be held back. Race officials have stepped in and have held the 33 back now. Caution flag. They didn't like that start at all, as Beneteau went 3 wide through the middle before the line. And our flag man not very happy with that start whatsoever. We're going to do it all over again. And sounds like they're going to go back to their original starting positions. They have just been warned by the racing officials, no jumping to start, especially before the line. So we're going to do it all over again. Looks like we might get the white. Yes, we will. We'll get the white this time by. So Rose Cole in the 88 will be the control car. 8 of Corey Hamilton outside row number 1. So we'll see if they can do it properly this time by for 20 laps in the 9-horsepower mini sprint class. Rose Cole will bring him out of turn 4. We'll look to the flag stand. Green flag, we're racing with the 9-horsepower mini sprints. Beneteau pushing the 8 of Hamilton down the front stretch here. As the field will go into turn 1 and Hamilton will grab the lead. That's Corey Hamilton in the 8. Beneteau up to second quickly in the 33. Hamilton in the 7, followed by McClellan in the 77 up to 3rd and 4th respectively. And the front 2 trying to get away. Now McClellan will go to the high side of Hamilton in the 7. It's Hannah Hamilton in the 7. Grab 3rd spot into turn 3. Beneteau to the inside of Corey Hamilton will grab the lead at the stripe and will lead that lap. New leader, the 33 of Mike Beneteau. Hamilton fighting back on the inside, had a great run out of turn 2. And they'll go side by side through 3 and 4. Beneteau will be able to keep that momentum on the high side. Dead heat that time by. Actually, Beneteau credited with that lap. Here comes the 77 of Austin McClellan, a 3-way battle now at the front of the field.
And this is the kind of racing that the 9-horsepower sprints are famous for. As Beneteau gets himself out front here, 77 of Austin McClellan looking pretty racy here. Suddenly takes a dive to the inside and gets that second place spot.
Yeah, front 3 nose to tail. Beneteau, McClellan, and Hamilton. That's Corey Hamilton in the 8. And McClellan will tuck in right behind the 33 of Beneteau as they come up on Rose Cole now in the red 88.
These two drivers out front here, the 33 and the 77, they are absolutely no strangers. We've seen these drivers in one-on-one duels in previous events. Now here, the dynamic changed quite a bit here as this division has expanded.
Yeah, the 8 of Corey Hamilton hoping that the front duo gets racing a little bit, mixing it up a little bit so he can get that track position back. About 10 car lengths behind that lead pair. McClellan will drop to the inside at the line, will lead that lap. McClellan to the lead now in the 77. And until back to the second spot. Corey Hamilton remains in the third position. Hannah Hamilton in fourth. Mitch James in fifth. Andrew Rose Cole in the sixth position. Underneath the James number 13 goes McLennan, and that catches Beneteau. Wrong place and the wrong time, lost some track position. They'll come up on the 7 now of Hannah Hamilton. That's the fourth place running machine. Cross flags from the flag stand. 10 down, 10 to go. And Austin McLennan well out in front now, using the back marker traffic to gain some track position on the 33 of Beneteau. Seven laps to go this time by for the 77 of Anastra's Austin McLennan.
Yeah, he's definitely cooking tonight. You know, you can see as soon as he has gotten out front here, away he goes. Your real battle, I suppose, right now is coming out of turn 4.
Yeah, we got 8 of Corey Hamilton caught up in there, John. He's the third place running machine. Mitch James, the 13, is listed as the fourth place machine. So that is a battle. The 13 of Mitch James and the 7 of Hannah Hamilton. They're on the same lap themselves, battling for the fourth position.
So it's sort of a confusing battle there. You got some drivers battling on the lead lap, some drivers not on the lead lap in that same group.
And the leader, Austin McLennan, coming up on these 4 cars momentarily as we have 3 laps to go this time by for the 77.
You know, and here he sort of gets to call his shot a little bit. He's got a lot of track position between him and the second place runner. And so just pick him off one at a time here, and away he goes. 2 to go.
And he'll go to the high side of Rose Cole. Next up will be the 7 of Hannah Hamilton. And he'll drop to the inside on Hannah into turn number 3. White flag expected this time by for the 77 of Austin McLennan. White flag it is. Quarter mile to go for Austin in the 77. Comfortably out in front. Doesn't need to pass any more cars if he chooses not to. He'll work through turns 3 and 4. He'll come to the inside of James. Checker flag in the air for the 77 of Austin McLennan. Mike Beneteau will come up second in the 33. Watching for the 8 of Corey Hamilton. Here comes Corey through 3 and 4. Corey will grab the third position. Mitch James will come home in 4th in the 13. Then Hannah Hamilton in the 7. And Andrew Rose Cole in the 88 will come home 6th. And that concludes feature race number 1. This Power Sprint class brought to you by Huron Transport Service. And momentarily we'll send it trackside to John, who will have a few words with our feature race winner, Austin McLennan.
Okay. Here on Brad Clarke Memorial Night, he's sporting the in memory of Brad Clarke sticker there on the wing. Austin McLennan with a dominating performance tonight. There he is. Race fans, put your hands together. Austin, congratulations. A very, very successful run out there tonight. A spirited battle between you and the 33, but you got out front.
Yeah, it was a fun race. I had to get out in front of him.
Who do you want to thank tonight?
I'd like to thank my grandpa, my nan for coming out, and the sponsors, CarQuest and Ray Auto Parts.
Right on. Race fans, put your hands together for the 77 of Austin McLennan out of Van Astra. We'll snap the photo. We'll throw things back up to you in the booth, Chris. Little neat trivia note from flagman Aiden up here. So the 77 did not practice that vehicle today. So they were having mechanical problems, and they were benched during practice, and came out. And the first lap of his evening, his day, was the first lap of that race, and the last lap took him to victory lane. So
yeah,
I guess that's how it goes.
Looks like he had mechanical problems to me, John.
Doesn't have any problems anymore, I guess. Those problems are gone, whatever those were. Well, we certainly hope you're enjoying this evening's competition at Grand Bend Speedway.
We have a great class for you now, race fans. It is our mini truck class, brought to you by Robson Scrap Metals. And this is going to be a good one. 12 trucks registered tonight. This will be a fantastic double feature in this class. Brad Clarke Memorial tonight, presented by Action Trailers. And we got a good one for you right now. The 43 out of London is Carson Sim. The 4, Dylan Graham from Glencoe. The 17 is London's Rob Broadhurst. The 49, Hayden Sim from London. The 37 is Ben Freiberger from Walkerton. The 15 is Mount Bridges, Ontario's Keisha Zimick. 55, St. Mary's Eden Robson. The 19 is Caleb Gertz out of Ilderton. The 25 is McKenna Robson from St. Mary's. The 18 is Quinn Gertz from Ilderton. The 7 is Kamulka's James Relu, and the 20 out of Strathroy, Mason Culver. A fantastic field tonight. They're going to do 20 laps in this opening feature, and it's going to be a good one.
You know, and so many of these mini trucks were built by Brad Clarke himself. I'm told Brad's dad is actually sitting over on the turn 4 side of the racetrack today, so welcome to Mr. Clarke. You know, and so many of these cars, again, were built by Brad Clarke, and, you know, they run pretty good, and they're still running. Some of all the original trucks, I think, are still running.
I'll tell you, John, this is, I believe, my 3rd year here at GBS, and this is the biggest mini truck field I have seen to date. Very excited to watch these drivers go at it tonight in 2 features. White flag on the Speedway. Getting set for some mini truck action for 20 laps here, race fans. It'll be the 43 of Carson Sim. Their control truck on the inside, fantastic field. They'll come through 3 and 4. They'll look to the flag stand. Great flag, we're racing with the mini trucks. It's Sim on the inside, Graham on the outside, both getting a push into turn number 1. And it's the 43 of Carson Sim out front. Dylan Graham in the 4 trying to get back on the outside. Here comes the Hayden Sim in the 49 to the inside. The Sim boys up front, 1st and 2nd. Broadhurst the 4th.
And we got a spin over here in turn 4. The 55 of Eden Robson goes around. Brings out a snap caution here to start this one off.
So caution on the Speedway. I believe we completed 1 lap.
Yeah, I think you got that first lap in. Just looking, I think the 55 might be missing her rear deck pins. So I saw the back end kind of popped up there.
That's Eden Robson out of St. Mary's. Some trucks to watch, race fans, especially coming from the back of the field. 15, Keisha Zimick, the 18, as well of Quinn Gertz, the 20 of Mason Culver, the 19 of Caleb Gertz, the 7 James Relu, all back there. 12 truck field, so they're going to have to do some work to get up to the front here and battle with the Sim boys. The 55 of Robson back underway.
Yeah, no harm, no foul on the 55. She's just able to drive up and away. No damage that I can see. I think she might be missing, there's these cotter pins that they stick in the back on the deck lids, because the engines are actually in the back of the truck. And I think she's missing those pins, but you know, the aerodynamics normally are going to push that deck lid down, so it's not going to be an issue unless she gets backwards again. But yeah, no surprise really to see a huge field of these trucks out here on Brad Clarke Memorial Night. You know, so many of these drivers, it was Brad that really pushed that mini truck program to the next level. And so certainly on a night like tonight, you see a lot of these drivers out who, you know, they're racing at a variety of tracks. They race up here at the Bend, they race at other tracks as well. And they all come together, especially on a night like this, to honor a guy who, you know, really put his heart into building the class.
So they'll set the field to the last completed lap, which puts the 4 of Dylan Graham back up in the second spot ahead of the 49 of Hayden Sim. Obviously, Dylan knows Hayden will like to go to the inside if possible, and Hayden will already restart behind Carson inside row number 2. Broadhurst will go outside row 2 in the white 17.
You know, if you look at the 20 of Mason Culver right now, you see he's in turn 1 and 2 middle there. He's got the roof flap up on the truck. One of the things that we don't appreciate necessarily from the grandstand, because it's kind of, you know, it's kind of cooling off out here right now, but inside the vehicles, it is hot. And so sometimes you'll see the drivers, they'll actually pop the roof flaps on the truck, and what they'll do is they'll flap it up and down, and what they're doing is they're forcing air into the cockpit of that car. Or that truck in this case, as we should say. So suffice to say, the 20 of Mason, and he's got his arm out the window, and now you see the 37, you know, 3 trucks ahead of that doing the same thing, got the roof flap up, because there's not a lot of ventilation in these trucks, especially under caution. Not sure where the 55 of Eden Robson's going here. Eden Robson was our accident vehicle, so I would have thought she'd be dropping to the rear, but officials might know something I don't know. I see Flagman Aiden's kind of looking at that too, saying, something feels weird with this.
Yeah, John, I apologize. I was off the headset. I believe we're going back to the original starting order, and that's why the 55 is there. Timing and scoring does not have a lap complete yet, so we still have 20 full laps to go here in the mini truck class, according to my live timing and scoring.
Yeah, so it looks like they're going to do a complete restart. Normally the accident car would drop to the rear, but the officials might know something I don't know on that.
Well, if they didn't register a lap, then you probably have to restart as the original starting grid, I would imagine. I think that's what they're doing.
The only exemption to that in the rule book, the only exemption to that in the rule book typically is if you are the accident car, it becomes a complete restart, but with the accident car in the back.
And there you go. The 55 is just asked to go to the back. You're right, John.
Yeah, there it is. I was going to say, I feel like I've been around a racetrack for a bit, but sometimes the officials do know things that we don't see, and so that's why I don't want to second guess the call.
Looking for green this time, so no completed lap yet. The 43 of Carson Sim will bring him to the line. Dylan Graham on the outside. Green flag, we're racing with the trucks. The front 4 quickly separate themselves. And we'll try and sort things out. Graham will try and get a run on the outside. They'll go 3 wide, almost 4 wide out of turn number 2. Here comes Mason Culver to the inside, and he's grabbing a couple of spots 3 wide. The front 3 trying to get away. Hayden Sim to the lead on the inside of Carson Sim. The front 3 trying to get away now from the 17 of Broadhurst. Contact! The 19's got contact, and slow high in turn number 3. That's Caleb Gertz in the 19. Caution on the Speedway, and heavy front end damage on the 19 of Caleb Gertz. Not sure who Caleb may have been in contact with on the backstretch, John, but definitely I would think contact with somebody. There was a gaggle of 6 or 7 trucks all together coming out of turn number 2.
Yeah, that contact up the backstretch tore the front end right off that piece. It fell off just on the high side of turn 2 there. Safety crew's just looking around to see if there's any other pieces. And they are finding a few little pieces over there. Fiberglass components. These trucks run fiberglass bodies, and if you run into something, the rivets can pop, and the whole assembly, front end assembly, can end up on the racetrack there. And
I think 2 laps officially complete. I think Hayden Sim will be our leader in the 49 as that happened on the backstretch. The complete field was across the start-finish line to complete 2 laps in the 20-lap feature. So I believe the 49 will be our leader when we restart here.
so another snap caution here for the mini trucks, getting themselves sorted back out here. But you see, Chris, and you and I have talked about this, so many times, just how contentious this division is. You saw them going 3 wide down the back straightaway, trying to get out front in a hurry. I want to welcome some special guests here this evening. We've got Source Industrial and Spartan Sling here this evening, so a very special welcome to our friends from Source Industrial and Spartan Sling out of Sarnia. Yeah, I hear you guys. You're having fun back there. They're on the pit side tonight, as I understand. They're here with the Great Lakes Legends. 49 of Hayden Sim is giving the vehicle a little bit of a bump there. 1 to go. There's the white flag for the mini trucks.
So the 49 is the leader, John. Hayden Sim, and Hayden chose the outside here for the restart. The lead vehicle has that choice of lane. So that puts Carson Sim on the inside in the 43. Dylan Graham and Broadhurst on the road number 2. Freiberger and Simic, row number 3. They'll come out of turn 4. Green flag, we're racing here. The Sims out front. And Broadhurst will push Hayden Sim into a turn number 1. Carson will try and fight back on the inside. They'll go 3 wide down the back again. This time Culver's in the middle of Rolu and Simic back in the field. And here comes the 19 of Caleb Gertz with no hood, trying to go through traffic. It's Hayden Sim out front, followed by Carson Sim, Broadhurst in the 17, side-by-side battle, Freiberger and Graham for 4th, and then the rest of the field. Rolu will look 3 wide down the back, with Freiberger in the middle, and Freiberger will close the door. Meanwhile, the 49 trying to get away from the rest of this field. Freiberger goes high in turn number 2, allows Relu and Culver to get by. So James Relu in the blue 7 up to 4th, followed by Mason Culver up to 5th now.
One thing that's worth noting about the mini trucks is they're pedal to the metal all the way around this track, as we now see a battle for 2nd place shaping up.
Yeah, that's Broadhurst to the inside of Carson Sim. He'll grab that spot into turn number 1. Will Carson be able to get back down? No, here's James Relu to fill that spot. Relu to the inside. Culver will try and do the same thing in the 20 if he can get there. And Culver now to the inside of the 43. So Carson Sim losing spots now. Relu to the inside of Broadhurst for second. Down the back. Culver's going to try and follow Relu through. Halfway this time by. James Relu, Mason Culver coming to the front.
Oh, trouble on the back straightaway, the 55. Look out, oh, hard hit on the back stretch.
Hard hit, Broadhurst right front of the 17, and he'll look out, he doesn't have any brakes.
Oh.
He'll fly into the high side wall right behind the safety vehicle. Rob Broadhurst in the 17, and we'll go to red flag conditions here during the mini truck feature after a hard impact between the 55 and 17, and the 17 carrying on with no brakes into the turn 3 outside wall.
So a brake failure on at least one vehicle. But as the field came, the 55 was spun around out of turn 2 and hit the 55 of Eden Robson. And then as the 17 of Broadhurst after that impact.
And John, Eden is getting out of the 55 along the backstretch, I believe, through the roof hatch. So that's great to see. And as we tend to in turn 4 to the 17 of Rob Broadhurst.
Yeah, and it's how quick things happen out there. So just to sort of tee that up, the 55 spun around out of turn 2. The field was coming on in through. The 17 of Broadhurst hit the 55 pretty hard there where the safety crew is right now. And then continued on over into turn 3 as the safety crew was coming out. The 17, I don't think, had brakes anymore at that point.
There was a lot of traffic in turn 2. I'm not sure Rob even saw Eden there, turned around in turn 2 because there's a lot of traffic coming through that corner exit.
And it just happened so fast. You know, it's easy, I think, sometimes up in the grandstands to look and say, oh, you know, there's the car, but it's a matter of seconds, a matter of moments.
And I think, is that Rob getting out of the 17, John?
Yeah,
it is Rob Broadhurst. Give him a hand, race fans.
Out of the truck, I should say. I always call the trucks cars, which is my bad. But yeah, he's out, and Eden Robson got out of her truck as well. And so that's good to see. And just folks on the backstretch, you're probably fine where you are, but there is a guardrail there. Just make sure you are behind the orange guardrail if you are on the backstretch there, just to give a little bit of extra space to that racetrack. I think everyone there is behind the orange guardrail, but. So yeah, that's pretty tough there, you know, you're racing hard, and next thing you know, the parts of your truck are being picked up off the racetrack. That's a tough go. And they're applauding on the back straightaway. It sounds like Eden Robson's hopping in the safety truck. We can give her a round of applause too here up on the fan side. She's okay back there. It's interesting too, sort of where these drivers get stopped. I was they actually talk to each other, so I was just sort of, I can't hear what they're saying, but the 37 here on the front stretch was just having a little, Freiberger was talking with the 15 Acacia Zimic, I think just sort of saying, you know, did you see it? And so we've got a couple trucks here missing front ends now. That's hard. That's a hard lick on the back. I think that's probably the hardest hit we've seen in the trucks this year, Chris. I think that's fair to say.
Well, that's times 2, because not only did Rob hit the 55, then hit the wall after the backstretch, and a good job driving by the 15 of Zimic and the 37 of Freiberger. They were behind that original collision, and they veered quickly almost into the grass and were able to correct both trucks. So some good driving there by the 15 and the 37 during that collision as well.
And that might be what they were talking about down here, the two of them. I think they were sort of relieved that they weren't in it in a more serious way.
'18 of Quinn Gertz heading back to the pits to consult with his crew, I believe. Not sure what's going on with the 18. Unless the 18 got a piece of that. Out of turn number 2.
And yeah, it's going to take the tow truck actually tonight to get the 17 of Broadhurst off the track. I just got to look at the right front because I sort of came over here. I thought, well, maybe I can hop over the wall and just give him a push, but there's nothing to push here on the right front. You're going to see when he comes by the grandstand, Chris, it's the right front is the entire wheel assembly is torn back, tie rod broken, bent or broken. I can't see whether it's bent or broken from where I am now, but the wheel, like the tire, is almost sitting at a 90-degree angle to the racetrack. Not quite a 90-degree angle, but it's pretty ugly. It's a pretty ugly scene. But Rob's okay. And his truck, though, going on the business end of the tow truck here is, I don't know, it's just kind of heartbreaking here. He's got a good sense of humor about it here, though, because he was just talking to Gord operating the tow truck, and big smile on his face. He goes, "Hey, I appreciate it. Appreciate the help." And he's going to hop in for a ride here, I think. And you know, that's not what you want to.
And I think that's isn't that Eden Robson walking along the backstretch back to the pit area while his 55 is being towed away, I believe. That might be Eden.
I don't think that's Eden. There was a driver that ran to help after the red flag came out, was given permission, I think, to come on the racetrack and help. And you're getting a look there in the grandstand, folks, at the right front of the 17 of Broadhurst. And it was a bad hit, and you know, once again, you know, we're getting a lot of demonstrations of safety equipment tonight. We'll put it that way, and you know, that's not it's not what you want to see. But again, seeing these drivers walking away from these pretty serious crashes, I would say, in our experience, Chris, and what we've seen at this track is, you know, gives us, you know, additional confidence again as we see the preparation that has gone into these vehicles. And, you know, not to, you know, hit it too hard here, but, you know, Brad Clarke, who built so many of these trucks, while he was alive, there was not a day that went by where he wasn't constantly improving the design on these vehicles. And, you know, the mini trucks that are out there today are not the same design completely in terms of the safety cage that went out there the very first day. There was changes to them. There was changes to the junior late model program. And these have made the vehicles even safer than they were on the first day they hit the track. And so, you know, it's Brad Clarke Memorial Night, and I suppose one of the things as someone who raced in vehicles that were built by Brad, one of the things that I would sort of want to impart to the race fans, if you didn't know Brad, what I can say is these two crashes that you just saw here where the drivers walk out of the car, that is thanks to Brad Clarke.
Yeah, absolutely. We have gone from red flag status to caution status on the Speedway now. We've lost 4 trucks, unfortunately. 8 remain here. Officially, we have 10 laps complete and 10 to go. The 19 of Caleb Gertz has returned as well, continuing to get some consultation and cosmetic upgrades on that 19, if at all possible.
You know, we were saying earlier, they don't get a lot of ventilation in these trucks. The 19 of Caleb Gertz, the truck on the track, really getting really good ventilation. Because out the front end on that, all the air is just rushing right into the driver cockpit.
This will be a very interesting restart. We still have Hayden Sim out front, but now a very fast 7 of James Rouleau will start outside row number 1 alongside the 49. Mason Culver, who followed the Rouleau through the field into 3rd position, will start inside row 2 right behind the 49. Carson Sim will be outside row 2. Then there'll be Freiberger and Zimick in row 3. And then it'll be Graham and Gertz in row number 4. We have not seen the return of the 18 of Quinn Gertz either. So maybe some issues with the 18 truck.
And so starter Aiden's got the white flag in his hand here. So we may be set to get just about back out of here with these mini trucks in a few moments as soon as he gets to go ahead from scoring.
All right, I think they just got the word to double up here. White flag from the flag stand this time by with Hayden Sim the leader in the 49. 10 laps complete, 10 to go when we restart here in the mini truck class. It'll be Hayden Sim, James Rouleau on that front row. The 49 will be the control truck. Mason Culver, Carson Sim, row number 2. Freiberger and Zimick, row number 3. Graham and Gertz, row number 4. Getting set for a restart here with 10 to go. And we're going to keep the white flag out. We're going to bring them around another time. Race officials seem to be content with the order. So it looks like we'll turn them loose next time by. Green flag in the starter's hands here. Hayden Sim will bring the field through turn 4. They'll pick up speed right now. Green flag, we're racing with 10 to go. Mason Culver will push the 49 into turn number 1. Culver wants that second spot on Rouleau. Rouleau will fight back on the outside. We'll see if the 20 and the 7 have anything for that 49 right now. Carson Sim in the 43 looking racy as well, trying to get to the inside of the 7. And Carson Sim will get to the inside of James Rouleau in the 7 truck. Front 2, single file, side-by-side battle for third. Freiberger joining that pack of 5 that have broken away from the rest of the field.
That third place battle, the 43 of Carson Sim still has that nose in on that 7. Rouleau pulling down the back straightaway. Gets that spot third. Meanwhile, the 37 of Freiberger right up on the back bumper of the 43 of Carson Sim.
Mason Culver just turned the fastest lap of the entire field last time by at 13.933.
5 laps to go there at the stripe. You know, and coming through the woodwork here is the 20 of Mason Culver. Up, this is for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. He just turned his fastest lap a couple of laps ago, as mentioned. The 20's got to find the line that the 49's not using. That's the key now for Mason. With 3 to go next time by, Rouleau all by himself in third. Carson Sim and Freiberger battling for the 4th position. And a 3-truck battle back of the field, battling for the 6th spot with Zimick, Graham, and Gertz.
Yeah, the blue 15 of Keisha Zimick and the 4 of Dylan Graham, the 19 of Gertz. They were really going at it. The 4 of Graham was able to pick up a spot. 2 to go. Watch these leaders. The 49 of Carson Sim trying to hold off a very hard charging 20 of Mason Culver. They're just coming out of turn 4 here to the waiting white flag. Put your cards on the table, boys. Here we go. Final lap.
They'll go through turns 1 and 2. Mason looking for a hole somewhere in that 49 into turn 3. Sim will come down. Culver trying to dive underneath. Checkered flag in the air. It'll be Hayden Sim by a truck length over the 20 of Culver, followed by Rouleau, Carson Sim, Freiberger, Zimick, Graham, and Caleb Gertz. And that'll be your finishing order for feature race number 1 in the mini truck class. And hopefully we have some of those trucks that left the racetrack return for feature race number 2. Maybe the 25 of McKenna Robson, maybe the 18 of Quinn Gertz as well. Hoping in feature race number 2. Momentarily, we'll send it down trackside. John will speak with our feature race winner, the 49 of Hayden Sim out of London.
So Hayden Sim in the 49, a successful run on the Saturday night, a hotly contested one. But at the end of the day, you get your winner. And it's always good when you can pop your helmet off a winner here at the end of especially a bit of a race, challenging race. Together, here's your winner. It's the 49. We'll give him a checkered flag here. We'll have him hop over the truck. Hayden, congratulations. A successful run in a pretty tough race for some of your competitors out there, and almost a tough race for you at the end there. He was coming on pretty strong.
Yeah, Mason's been been one of the trucks to beat up here this year, and we played a little joke on him last night. We show up, and he was begging for us to come, wanted to race with us here because he's been showing them how to do it, I guess, here, and he's been really good. So we decided to make the trip up here, but more importantly, we're here for the Brad Clarke Memorial, and can't thank Brad and his family and Mike and Sue for everything they've done. I don't know, we started here when I was 8, so it's been a long time. Brad's been a really good mentor for us, and Mike's been helping a lot now. We came up and tested here a couple weeks ago, and got this around, and just got to thank my dad, my mom's back at the live feed, and my brother, he's getting there. We just got to work on his truck a little bit more, but got to thank both the Bruce, JBM Motorsports. It's a pretty good night when you can start up front and go to the front, I guess, but the next one's going to be a little harder, I think.
Yeah, you're at the back for that one.
Yeah, that's all right. We'll just, I don't know, we'll put a show on.
Race fans, put you guys together for the 49 of Hayden Sim. Have a photo. We'll throw things back up to Chris in the booth.
Tell Dad I'll be down later.
Sounds good.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, it's what happens when you work too hard. Something like that. A lot of hurry up and wait today. Yeah, oh, I know.
John, we're going to need you up in the booth for a sec, if you can.
Say again, Chris.
We'll need you up in the booth for a second, if you could.
On my way.
All right, race fans, the four-cylinder bone stocks now brought to you by Pinedale Motor Inn. Take it to the track for a 20-lap feature race number 1. The 116 out of London, that's Chad Prue. The 53, Kara Martin out of Mount Bridges. The 52R is Randy Martin, also out of Mount Bridges. The red 52, Carter Nickel from Elsa Craig. The 33 is Grenben's Mike Beneteau. The 28 is Sierra Graves from Ingersoll. And the 611, Delaware's Jamie Shields. 20 laps here, feature race number 1 with the four-cylinder bone stocks.
And so just a quick public service announcement as it gets a little bit darker here at Grand Bend Speedway tonight. It gets a little bit later. You might notice the bugs are coming out. And we've got a special gift for you. If you forgot your bug spray, we've got complimentary bug spray over by the Landshark by the food stand over there. So if you're sitting there and you feel like you have become the meal instead of enjoying your meal, do you understand what I mean? You have become the meal instead of enjoying your meal. You feel like the mosquitoes are coming out at you. They've got complimentary bug spray over at the Landshark Lager area by the food stand.
White flag on the Speedway. We need you at the broadcast tower, John, please, if you can come up. And when John mentions complimentary bug spray, we don't mean we'll give you the container. We're going to actually spray you.
Yeah, they will spray you with the bug spray.
All right, getting set for bone stock action for 20 laps. Green flag at contact into turn number 1 already. The 33 of Benetton getting into the 116 of Chad Prue. Kara Martin will grab the lead out of turn 4 and will lead the opening lap. Kara's been doing some double duty both at Grand Bend and at the half mile in Delaware this year, along with the 52R of Randy Martin. Benetton up to second, Randy Martin up to third, but Kara Martin out in front. Kara Martin out front. Benetton in the 33, under pressure by Randy Martin in the 52R. Carter Nickel getting clogged up in that red 52, can't get through traffic. Same with the 28 of Sierra Graves. And Kara Martin running away with this feature at this particular moment. Battle for second. Martin will dive to the inside of Benetton, who's very, very loose. Randy Martin will grab second spot from Mike Benetton in the 33. So it's the Martins up front, Kara followed by Dad Randy. Benetton at 33 continues to be loose. Look out, the 611 was very, very loose in turn 3, but right at the ship. Carter Nickel was able to get by the 611 up in the 4th.
So Kara Martin in the 53, your leader out of turn 4. The 52R, Dad, that's Randy Martin. Oh, third place, getting sideways there.
Yeah, that's the 4th lap in a row for Benetton, the 33, getting loose in that corner.
And he's a little bit loose over there, too, over in turn 1 and 2.
611.
Out of the groove.
Yeah, Jamie Shields are trying to fight the back end of that car in the last couple of laps now.
52 of Carter Nickel looks like he's going to pick up a spot in the 33 of Benetton. That'll be good for third. And Kara Martin is just on the rails tonight at the start-finish line. Class of the field tonight.
Yeah, as mentioned, Kara doing double duty. She'll do double duty next weekend as well. She'll run 50 laps, half mile next Friday night in Delaware, and then we'll come here to Grand Bend to run the quarter mile here next Saturday night. So double duty next weekend for the leader, Kara Martin, the 53, halfway now. 10 down and 10 to go.
If you want to see a show, just don't take your eyes off the yellow 33 of Benetton. He's dirt tracking it through turns 1 and 2, backhand sideways. He might have a tire going down. He's looking. It has the handling of a refrigerator at this stage, but he's having fun, I tell you, and he's still running pretty okay.
Sierra Graves is able to get by Benetton in the 33, so he goes up to the 4th position. And the leader, Kara Martin, coming up now on Chad Prue in that 116, the back end of the lead lap.
Watch here out of turn 2, the 52R and the 52 of Carter Nickel have found each other. Nickel has been running better and better. He's been out here on the Thursday nights trying to find some speed, and he's fighting it out here for second place. And Randy, for his part, the 116 just clobbered the wall out of turn 4 right in front of the leader. Keeps on driving out of turn 4 here, though. We still see this pitched battle between the 52R of Randy Martin and the 52 of Carter Nickel.
Yeah, Sierra Graves in that 28. John wants to join that battle for the second spot. 5 laps to go here in feature race number 1 for the 4-cylinder bone stock class.
Randy Martin gets a little bit slowed up there through the middle of turns 1 and 2. He's trying to protect the bottom, I think, here at this stage. The 52 of Carter Nickel might not be looking for a little bit of bumper magic here to get the job done here as the race winds down.
Yeah, careful here for the leader, Kara Martin in the 53. The 33 and the 611 have been loose all feature long as Beneteau puts it wide again in turn number 1. Kara's got over.
And now to turn 4, we get that battle. Oh, they're bumping fenders here down the front stretch. The 52 of Carter Nickel.
And speaking of Kara Martin, I don't think she needs to pass anybody. She's got an over half a lap lead with 2 laps to go. She just needs to stay away from the wild action at the back of this field. Carter Nickel up the 2nd spot now.
Yeah, these 2 drivers for 2nd and 3rd definitely had their elbows up. Randy in the black 52 was just down the grass a moment ago. White flag flies for the black 53 of Kara Martin.
Yeah, I think she heard our broadcast, and she's not going to challenge the 611 or the 33 right now. So turns 3 and 4, one final time for the 53. Kara Martin, checkered flag in the air. She'll take the feature race number 1. Carter Nickel started 3/4 back in the field to come up the 2nd. He'll take the 2nd spot, followed by Randy Martin, Sierra Graves, Mike Beneteau, the 611 of James Shields, and the 116 of Chad Prue, as John will make his way down to the start-finish line. And John will speak momentarily with the 53 of Kara Martin after the feature race number 1 win for the 53 out of Mount Bridges in the 4-cylinder bone stock class, brought to you by Pinedale Motor Inn.
Yeah, and Chris, if you could just pass a message over to the scoring. The Great Lakes Legends official just tapped me on the shoulder. Our itinerary has an error. It's an 8-lap heat, not a 10, if you can pass that to scoring. All right, let's swing on in here. Kara Martin is our winner tonight. Got some fans over there on the back stretch, I see. Here she comes. Put your hands together. Your winner, Kara Martin. Kara, congratulations. A successful run, to put it mildly. A dominating run, I think we could say tonight.
Yeah.
Who do you want to, what is it that was the secret sauce tonight?
All back to.
So it's just running the way it's supposed to.
Yeah.
Well, that works. Who do you want to thank tonight?
My mom and my dad, Brander Steele, Epic Racewear, and Ladies of the Oval.
Awesome. Race fans, put your hands together for the 53 of Kara Martin, your winner. We'll come around for the photo, throw things back up to Chris as we head towards our featured event tonight, the Great Lakes Legends, for their 2-lap heat races. Want to send a special welcome to some special guests here tonight, especially with the Great Lakes Legends. Source Industrial and Spartan Sling are here from Sarnia, so special welcome to the folks from Source Industrial and Spartan Sling here on Brad Clarke Memorial Night. Tonight's racing is sponsored by Action Trailers out on Highway 22. You want a good trailer? You go to Action Trailers. So my dad bought his trailer. It was a good trailer. I can tell you it was a good trailer. So at any rate, Action Trailers up on Highway 22.
Yeah, I think their slogan is they'll hit you up, isn't it, John? I got that from the score.
Sorry,
That wasn't
I
mine.
accidentally had my earpiece off. Say again, Chris?
I said, isn't their slogan they'll hit you up?
Oh, I'll come up and see you. I think my earpiece is off.
Yeah. Anyways, folks, that wasn't mine. That was the scorer's line. It's not really funny if you ask me.
I was mistaken. I have erred grievously. It is the V8 late models that are out on track here for their first of 2 feature races tonight. So it should be, let's see who we got here. It should be the 77 of Jeremy Curtis and the 99 of Brian Glauscher. Now, there's a little story behind the 99 of Brian Glauscher out of Van Astra. So he is living the dream. He's up there in years, we'll say, and he's always wanted to be a race car driver. And so he got himself one of these V8 late models, and his goal is to race with his grandson. Hopefully by next year, and get his grandson out there in the V8 late models with him. So that's sort of been a big goal of his. And so we're going to see a duel here, a V8 duel between the 77 of Jeremy Curtis and the 99 of Brian Glauscher. Jeremy Curtis out of Grand Bend, Glauscher out of Van Astra. And then it's the Legends cars. Okay. Oh no, trouble on the Speedway. Stop him. Tell him to stop. There, tell him to stop there. Tell him to stop. Good. Yeah, the engine has expired on the 77 under caution.
She gone. And we're gonna have to see if there's any fluid on the racetrack. It started in the entrance to turn 1.
Well, that's why we had him stop. I don't know if you heard me yelling. And the announcer is not a spotter. But
I'm sure all the fans heard you yelling stop.
we had the oil down earlier tonight, and when we saw that engine go there, we'll stop because whatever's on that racetrack, we don't want to circle it around the whole racetrack. In other news, the bug population has severely declined in turns 1 and 2 briefly as some smoke hangs in the air there. We're just looking here on the replay. Checkerflagmedia.com was looking right at it when it expired, and yeah, it was just going into turn 1. Whew. He might not be dropping any fluid here though, because they're giving him a push. So that might be it for the V8 late models, because one car a race doth not make. So
that's unfortunate for Brian Glauser as well. We'll have to see what they do here.
It's his first ever start. It was going to be his first ever race. I guess he wins. Does he win? Do I take a checkered flag to him?
I'd let him run for a few laps under green just for...
Yeah, I think he deserves it. You know, he's, like I say, he's up there in age, and this has been sort of a dream. They're gonna chat with him and say, okay, what are we gonna? Maybe we bring him out at the intermission, because
I say let him run around for a couple of laps. It's not going to take that long.
It's good to see what the V8 late models, man, do they rip around this track at Grand Bend. So they're going to have a quick chat, but that might be the shortest V8 late model feature of the year right there. They put on a heck of a run.
I think the 99 of Glauser is going to exit the track here, I think.
Yeah, that's rough. Round of applause there for the V8 late model drivers, folks. That's tough. they're going to chat with him briefly here, and because I don't know if the Legends were keyed up. They might be. They're up there in turn 3, but they he may not. I guess he didn't drop any fluid though, which would be good. The officials are down there checking things out, but yeah, if he didn't drop any fluid, that's a good news story.
Officials are talking with race officials in turn 3, seeing just how many Legend cars we have. The 99 is going to stay on the track right now.
Yeah, they might have him rip around here for a moment just to make sure the track is indeed good to go. And, track official Gord Bennett is over there in turn 1. He's looking to see, is there any fluid on the racetrack? And we'll just see what he's out there. Looks like he's trying to go skating. He's not. He's just trying to get a feel to make sure that nothing dropped on the racetrack that would make the racing surface unsafe to go. And
all right, so race officials are saying they're going to give the 99 5 laps here, green. So that's good for Brian, so he can do some running on the quarter mile.
Yeah, and also it buys the Legends cars some time because they were expecting there to be a feature race taking place there, and so the heat race number 1 for the Legends wasn't quite keyed up on the deck there. I don't think for that one, and so get a couple laps in here for the 99s. We can get a taste. We get a little taste of what the V8 late models can do out here at the Bend. We run the around the Bend driving experience of the track out here during the week, and this might give us a little bit of a sense of what that's all about. Safety crew's gonna take a little rip around the track here as well, clear the facility, and give those Legends a few moments. And so we'll give the 99 of Brian Glauscher. They said they're gonna give him about 5 laps here, and then it'll be time to get the Legends out there on the track. So Aiden's got the green flag in his hand. So let's see what the V8 late model can do around the track at Grand Bend Speedway. Rookie driver behind the wheel, Brian Glauscher out of Van Astra. I think he's still working on finding the speed on that piece, but my understanding is he's been out here quite a bit during the week as well, getting the wheels under him. Yeah, again, we run the around the bend driving experience during the week. He'll get the 2 to go here. It sounds like the Legends are keyed up behind turn 3, ready to rock and roll. There's the white flag for the final lap. And there's the checker for the 99 of Brian Glauscher. And so just a couple of exhibition laps there for Brian there for the V8 late models after we see the unfortunate engine blow on the 77 of Jeremy Curtis, which isn't the car that Jeremy normally drives. It was sort of a different car than he normally drives, and apparently they've been telling me they've been having some trouble on that one, and that's why we hadn't seen that particular car out. And I guess we found out perhaps what the trouble was. So
I'm really surprised that they're though. I haven't seen that a lot.
I don't. It depends on what went on the car, right? And it was evidently contained. So that's great. It's a good news story. It didn't seem like a slip and slide out there. So away we go.
All right, getting set for our touring visit series. The Great Lakes Legends hit the track for 8-lap heat races. They'll do they'll do a 30-lap feature coming up later tonight, race fans. We're going to do heat races for 8 laps here. Let's introduce you to some of these drivers, the 17. is Haley McNichol from Ellenville, Ontario. The 30 is Dylan Slider from Port Colborne. The 82 is Matt Thompson from Elsa Craig. The 15, Todd Seaburn from Waynfleet. White flag being displayed on the Speedway here. And the 300 is Sean Slider, also from Port Colborne. So 5 legends here in the opening heat race for 8 laps. And it'll be Haley McNichol, former 4-cylinder bone stock competitor here at Grand Bend Speedway, will lead the field to green. Green flag, we're racing with the Great Lakes Legends. And McNichol will grab the lead right off the hop and will lead the field down the back. It's all the 330s around. That's Dylan Slider's around on the infield grass between turns 1 and 2. Still green on the racetrack, and now we'll go caution on the Speedway.
You know, and this was a challenge that he was having in practice as well. We saw the 30 go around a number of times in practice, and just pull out of it here, just as we see now. But that's been a real challenge that driver's had throughout the evening. Is keeping the back end straight.
We have 3 laps complete, I believe. Timing and scoring is saying 5 laps to go. So 3 laps complete. A correction on the leader, it is the 17 of Sean Sauvé in that 17 of Bell River. So Sauvé will lead the field back to green here with 5 to go. Green flag, we're racing with the Great Lakes Legends. And on the outside, that's the 300 of Sean Slider out of Port Colborne. And Slider will grab the lead out of turn 2 into turn 3. The 5 now nose to tail single file hill to complete another lap. Sauvé trying to fight back in that 17. Slider up front. Sauvé in the 17 in second. The 30 is Dylan Slider. And it's the 82 of Matt Thompson. And the 15's around in the infield in turn number 1. That is Todd Seaburn in the 15. Caution on the Speedway. With the 5 laps complete of the scheduled 8 lap distance. And we'll quickly get the white flag out and ready to set this field again. And white flag displayed. The 300 on the inside is Sean Slider will be the control vehicle. The 17 is Sean Sauvé outside row number 1.
So yeah, a short heat race that's seen a couple of drivers go for some loops. Green flag set to fly.
Yeah, Slider will bring him out of turn 4. Green flag, we're racing with 3 to go. Here in heat race number 1 for the Great Lakes Legends Series. Slider will grab the lead from Sauvé, who's trying to fight back on the outside. The front 2 trying to get away. 2 laps to go this time by. The front pair all by themselves right now. Sauvé tried to cut in the inside. That door was quickly shut by Slider. Looking for the white flag this time by little contact. And Solveig to the inside, more contact. And Solveig will grab the lead from Slider into turn number 1. Slider trying to fight back on the inside. And Solveig will pull away here. Checker flag expected this time by on a turn 4. Checker flag in the end. The 17 is Solveig.
What a move by Solveig. Gave him a little, I think he did give him a little bumper shot over there in 3 and 4. But you're coming to the final lap there. It is that is the time to go. So
Sean Slider coming home in second in the 300. Matt Thompson getting a spot late to grab third in the 82. And then it was the 30 car, Dylan Slider. And the 15 of Todd Seaburn.
oh, he got away from me. Oh, there he goes.
No,
Darn.
no, John, you're good. John, no interviews for the heat races, sir.
Oh,
You're
okay.
good.
He stopped and I got excited. I was like, oh, he wants to talk to me. I'll go talk. No, I guess he doesn't. He doesn't want to talk to me.
Don't get excited, John. Go have a hot dog.
Do you want to talk to me? You don't want to talk to me?
John, you're making friends with people
The
that
winner
might
didn't
not
want
want
to
to
talk
sit
to
by
me.
you.
This guy doesn't want to talk to me. Nobody wants to talk to me.
Yeah.
I'll just, maybe I'll go get a hot dog.
John, you're making friends with people that might not want to talk to you.
Yeah, it's true. He says he wants to talk to me. What's your name? Where are you from?
Owen Henderson from Washington, Ontario.
Who are you rooting for tonight?
Zach Hatch. I heard he's a legend at the Legends.
All right, he's cheering for Zach Hatch. Well, you think he's got what it takes?
Oh, yeah. These guys are just washed up now.
Okay, well, good luck tonight.
And he said that to you, John, with a fresh 20 in his pocket after Zach paid him off to say that.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, heat race number 2 for the Great Lakes Legends. The 78S is Joe Sherman out of Angus. The 25, I believe that is McKenna Robson from St. Mary's. I believe that's the 25 machine. Now, the 29 is Austin Arnell. You know Austin from the Thetford. The 44, Joe Ruggs from Bell River. 71 is Zach Hatch, the aforementioned Mr. Hatch.
Yeah, who's got the fan in the stands. White flag flies. And the final one out there, that should be the 17 of Haley McNichol.
All right, so field of 5 getting set. Heat race number 2 here for the Great Lakes Legends. 8 laps to scheduled distance.
Down the front straightaway, the green flag flies. We're off and racing. Austin Arnell with an awesome start there. Side. Side by side for the lead they go down the front straightaway. The 29 of Austin Arnell. And trouble on the back straightaway as the purple 17 pulls to the inside. And there's your caution flag. And so the 29 of Austin Arnell, who's raced with us in mini trucks for a number of years, having a strong showing here. And Chris, you were just getting the lowdown here. In our 4-cylinder series, the most popular number on the planet is 52. Everybody wants to be 52 in the 4-cylinder.
Yeah, it's got to be 17 in the Great Lakes Legends.
Yes, there's something about the number 17. Everybody wants it.
Yeah, so heat race number 1 race fans, the 17 red was actually Gregory Rudzik from Tecumseh. The 17 white now on the track is Solveig. And we have another 17 coming up in heat race number 3. So this 17 is Sean Solveig from Bell River.
Sounds right. Feels good. Down the front straightaway, the green flag flies for Austin Arnell. We know who he is. We've seen him run many laps here at Grand Bend Speedway.
And Arnell will stretch things out from the 78S of Joe Sherman.
You know, Joe Sherman, he's no slouch. He's got 25 years of racing experience. Used to run up at Sunset in the former Barrie Speedway as well, so he's got a lot of laps under his belt. He used to race late model and four-cylinder up there.
Yeah, Austin just turned the fastest time at 13.523 around the Grand Bend quarter mile. Joe Sherman in second, Joe Russ in third, Zach Hatch in fourth right now in the 71. Another fast time, 13.497 for Austin in that 29 last time by.
Yeah, he is cooking. He is definitely, he knows his way around this Grand Bend track. He's been building up his experience in the Great Lakes Legends Series, and he's putting it to work tonight.
So coming around for the white flag, I believe, for Austin Arnell. White flag display for the 29. A good lead going into turn number one. The battle right now on the track is for that third spot. Joe Russ has it, and Zach Hatch wants it. And Zach Hatch to the inside for third. Out of turn four, checkered flag in the air for Austin Arnell. Zach Hatch with a little bit of a shove on the 44, and will grab the third spot. Second goes to Joe Sherman. Joe Rush will come home fourth. Zach Hatch in third spot, wrapping up heat number two for the Great Lakes Legends.
You know what? It was bad turnout for him there, and we'll try again in the next one.
When he got third, we're so happy for him there. Aren't you happy for him?
Yeah, but he didn't get first, so we'll try again.
Okay, we'll try again. All right. Just talking with the Zach Hatch fans down here, I thought they'd be happier about that, but thought they'd be happier about that showing. Basically, what that guy's saying is if he didn't win, he's not my friend. That's, I don't know, it's hard to win. There's only one winner.
Yeah, John, I don't think we're doing interviews for the heat races. Okay. That's right, remember? Just pictures, I think.
Yeah, they keep showing up down here. Yeah, he's driving away already.
We have a photographer down there, don't we, for the Great Lakes Legends?
Oh, the Legends have their own photographer.
Yeah.
Look at that. I didn't even see the guy there. I was
John, we don't need you to make friends. We don't need you to take photographs. Why don't you come up here and
I can just put my feet up and go, like I said, go have a hamburger from the food stand. This is going to be great.
All right, heat race number 3 now for the Great Lakes Legends. There's the multicolored 17. That's Haley McNichol in that 17. The 25, that's McKenna Robson. The 00 is Joe Adams from Owen Sound. And the 55, that's Lonnie Scott from Bell River. Thank you. Six cars in this heat race, again scheduled for 8 laps. It'll be the 55 of Lonnie Scott at the front of this field, the control car when we go green.
Yeah, and after this, we will have a brief intermission. Usually around 10 minutes is usually the intermission length.
And the 1 is Kenny McNichol Jr. out of Elmville, Ontario as well. And watch that 1 car. Kenny is very fast around Grand Bend Speedway. White flag displayed now. 6 cars in this heat race number 3. And if it's final heat for the Legends. We are looking at maybe 15, 16 cars in that feature coming up later tonight, which will be awesome. So the 55 of Scott will lead him to green here. Out of turn number 4, looking at the flag stand, and green flag, we're racing with heat number 3. Haley McNichol on the outside. The front 4 are gone from the rest of the field, and the front 2 trying to get away now. With the 00 of Joe Adams trying to get to the inside of the turn 4. And Adams is there. And he'll grab the lead. Here comes Kenny McNichol Jr. in the 1 now to second spot.
You know, no surprise. Joe Adams doing well on this here. You know, he's another one of those guys, 25 plus years of racing experience, and running strong here tonight. Certainly 00 Joe Adams.
Kenny McNichol in that 1 was a little loose in turn 1, lost a little bit of track position to Adams in that 00. It's the 55 of Scott in 3rd, Haley McNichol in the 17 in 4th now. And the 7 of Dan Russ and the 25 of McKenna Robson.
There's your halfway signal for the 00 of Joe Adams. Again, a driver who used to race super stock up at Sauble Speedways, trying his hand at Legends cars. The number 1, Kenny McNichol Jr., he's the points leader. He's running second here in this race, but he is the points leader in the Great Lakes Legends Series. He's got a pair of feature race wins to his credit already this year. Aiden's giving them the 2 to go signal.
The very flashy 2 to go signal. Of course, as we know, Aiden was the 2003 lead batonist at the University of Michigan State.
And the white flag does fly. Final lap now for the 00 of Joe Adams, working some lap traffic here in the 8-lap heat.
Returns to 3 and 4 one final time. A checkered flag in the air for the 00 of Joe Adams, followed by Kenny McNichol Jr., Lonnie Scott in the 55, Haley McNichol, Dan Russ, and McKenna Robson, John. And that wraps up, I believe, our Great Lakes Legends heat races.
Now, those Great Lake Legends, they sure are a lot of fun. So the Great Lakes Legends photographer will swing on in there and grab the photo if his winner, the 00 of Joe Adams, comes around for him. But, he got stood up. Happens to the best of us, my friend. In any case, we'll kick it over here. We have a brief intermission here for the Great Lake, on Brad Clarke Memorial Night here, as we get kicked over for the second round of feature race competition to give the drivers a chance to get turned around. So it's a good chance to take a little bit of a stretch, swing on over to the food booth, grab a hot dog, grab a hamburger, grab some nachos, all kinds of good stuff going on there over at the food booth, and we'll be kicking it over for the second round of feature races here in about 10 minutes. A special thanks to our sponsors at Grand Bend Speedway, Marshman Engines, Horton's Lakeshore Enterprises, Brander's Steel Industries, and the Around the Bend driving experience. Check grandbendspeedway.ca for a full list of experiences. Broadcast services for tonight's event are provided by checkeredflagmedia.com. Check grandbendspeedway.ca for a full schedule of events. Special thanks to our Grand Bend Speedway sponsors for 2023. Dock Stater Property Maintenance, CarQuest Auto Parts, CountryCorners.net Megastore, Excalibur Insurance Group, StrathroyToday.ca 105.7 MyFM, Huron Transfer and Taxi Services, Lambton Sanitation, and tonight's broadcast services were provided by checkeredflagmedia.com. For a full summer schedule of events, visit grandbendspeedway.ca. Around the Bend driving experience is Grand Bend's newest thrill ride attraction. Whether you're riding along in the passenger seat or getting behind the wheel of a 400-plus horsepower race car, the Around the Bend driving experience puts you in the fast lane. For more information, visit grandbendspeedway.ca. Speedway and Festival Center offers a variety of racing options to get on the track this summer. The cars you're watching right now on the screen are bone stock 4-cylinder race cars. They are affordable entry-level racing. Drivers say they are a thrill to drive at Grand Bend Speedway and Festival Center. To learn more and get involved this summer, visit grandbendspeedway.ca. Grand Bend Speedway would like to thank our sponsors: Leaf Racewear, McCann Ready Mix, Action Trailers, Pinedale Motor Inn, Robson Scrap Metal, RCM Racing Equipment, and WildPrinting.com. Broadcast services for tonight's event were provided by CheckeredFlagMedia.com. For more information and full schedule, check grandbendspeedway.ca. So as you can see, the junior sprinters are back on track.
Yeah, we're set to go with the junior sprints, John, brought to you by Huron Transfer Service. And we have the 11 of Colin Klumper from Mitchell. We have London's Keegan Lamont in the 90. Glencoe's Emma Graham in the 8. We have the 85 of Ryan Clarke out of Strathroy. The 6X is London's Maxwell Lloyd. The 2, West Lawrence Blake Watson. The 18 is Edwin Hyde from Petrolia. And the 6 is Alexis Eaton from London. It looks like all 8 cars are there, which is fantastic.
That's pretty impressive that some of these drivers made it back out. We remember back earlier tonight we had that crash in the sprint car, or the junior sprinters. And so pretty neat to see them all back out there.
All right, time now for our second features of the night. The junior sprints will go 20 scheduled laps here.
So drivers being given the double up signal here. And let's see, so the first race for the junior sprints tonight was pretty rough and tumble, I would say. I think, would that be safe to say, Chris? It was pretty rough and tumble?
Yeah, I would say that, John, for sure. Emma Graham is the control car in the 8, coming around to get the white flag here as the field has been asked to double up.
And there is indeed that white flag there. And so, you know, it's pretty tough with the junior sprinters there, but, you know, we'll see here if they can rally back for a solid second run.
Yeah, we'll see the back row, too, of Colin Klumper and Alexis Eaton. And we'll see if they can get through the field. The field inverted from the first feature. Ryan Clarke on the outside of row number 1. Looking for the green flag this time by for 20 laps.
And green flag down the front straightaway. The junior sprinters off and running.
And it's Emma Graham will take the field into turn number 1. Ryan Clarke in that 85 on the outside, trying to grab the second spot. Edwin Hyde moving fast for the middle of the field in the 18. The 90 is Lamont up to second. Here comes Hyde in the 18. Watch for the 11 and the 6. Klumper and Eaton coming through the field already. 5 of them trying to break away at the front of this field. Klumper through the inside. Now will gain another spot. And we'll try and grab a third spot from the 18 of Hyde. Graham will lead the lap.
And the 11 of Klumper is doing his best impression of a hot knife through butter at this stage of the evening as he's trying to make his way now up to second spot. And there he is. It's Emma Graham out front, the black number 8 out of Glencoe. The 11 of Colin Klumper out of Mitchell running second. Your 90 is Keegan Lamont out of London as now Klumper to the high side in the blue number 11 on the black number 8 of Emma Graham out of Glencoe. Crosses now down to the low side. Both drivers pedal to the metal to turn 1.
Almost contact in turn 1. Klumper right on the rear bumper of that 8 of Emma Graham. Emma trying to hold her line here. She goes a little high. Klumper's going to take advantage on the inside here.
Now there's trouble on the back in turn 3. We'll keep watching those leaders, but the 2 of Blake Watson coming down the front straightaway, something has broke on that cart and is scraping behind the 2 car.
Klumper will grab the lead into turn number 3 and will lead that lap. The leader, new leader, Colin Klumper in the 11.
So with Klumper now out front, they're going to be catching up to this 2 of Blake Watson. Now I'm just watching Blake down the front straightaway here. We'll catch up with her here. Just there was some sparks from the undercarriage of that cart, something dragging on the 2 of Blake Watson down the backstretch.
Colin Klumper, your leader. Emma Graham in second. Keegan Lamont to third. Alexis Eaton now up to 4th. Edwin Hyde, Ryan Clarke, Maxwell Lloyd, and Blake Watson, your running order.
Looking to turn 3, this is your battle to watch. The 6 of Alexis Eaton in the blue cart. This is the battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th with the 90 in 3rd. The 90 of Keegan Lamont out of London in 3rd, facing a challenge. There goes the 6 of Alexis Eaton to the inside of Lamont. This is in turns 3 and 4. Left-hand side of the Speedway to the start-finish line. Give the spot to the 6 of Alexis Eaton. Meanwhile, on the backstretch, your leader gets into traffic here in turn 3. Had to hit the brakes on the back of the 2 of Blake Watson. The 8 of Emma Graham is caught up. The cross flags are out. We're 13, or halfway through, rather, the feature race.
Got 10 down and 10 laps to go, and Emma's kind of reeled in the 11 just a bit there now.
Well, the 11 of Clarke, he was eyes wide, had to hit the brakes going into turn 3 as he came up on the back of the 2 of Blake Watson. This has allowed Emma Graham, the black car out of Glencoe, to catch right up to the leader. She can see him. Can she catch him? As we now see on the back straightaway, our second battle here. This is the battle for 4th in turn 3 between the 90 and the 18H.
Yeah, Lamont and Hyde, respectively, battling for 4th. Alexis Eaton all by herself in the blue 6th and 3rd, straight away behind the lead pair.
So as we sort of tee things up, your leaders are on the back straightaway. The blue number 11 of Colin Klumper and the 8 of Emma Graham, the black vehicle out of Glencoe. Then you go back a little bit, just going into turn 3 now, this left-hand side of the Speedway, the 6 of Alexis Eaton. There's your 3rd place runner. 4th is the 90 of Lamont, the black car at the start-finish line here, and the 18H of Hyde, right on his back bumper there. 5 laps to go at the stripe there for the 11 of Colin Klumper.
That's a good battle in turns 3 and 4 right now. A battle for the 4th spot. Keegan Lamont has it. Edwin Hyde wants it.
Yeah, they're going into turn 1 here. The black 90 and the black 18H just going to the backstretch here. This is definitely one to watch here as they go into turn 3. The 90 of Lamont holds position over the 18H of Hyde as they come to the start-finish line.
There we got a battle for the lead as Emma Graham's reeled in the 11. The 11's in some traffic now through turns 1 and 2. They're going to the inside. Now the 85 of Ryan Clarke ahead of the leaders.
Things could be dicey here with 2 laps to go for the 11 of Klumper at the stripe right up on the back of the 85.
And he'll go to the high side. Emma Graham an opportunity here. And Graham's got to run down the back. Nose to tail down the back. Ryan Clarke right there in the 85 at the tail end of the lead lap. And Emma Graham will cut to the inside here. Klumper, white flag. He'll go to the outside now. What's Emma going to do? Emma wants to get to the inside. Here comes Graham to the inside. Down the back. She's got the lead with 2 corners to go. Through turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag in the air. It'll be the 8 of Emma Graham. We'll take it over Colin Klumper in the junior sprint feature race number 2. Alexis Eaton will finish 3rd, followed by Keegan Lamont, Edwin Hyde, Maxwell Lloyd, Ryan Clarke, and Blake Watson. And what a finish. Emma Graham taking advantage of a little slower traffic to grab the lead from Klumper.
And the crowd was impressed.
And momentarily we'll send it down trackside to John, who will have words with our feature race number 2 winner in the junior sprint class, the 8 of Emma Graham out of Glencoe.
Okay, folks, here she is out of the cart. Put your hands together. It's the of Emma Graham, your winner. 9 horsepower in the 9 horsepower sprinters.
Way to go, Emma!
Okay. Family is very proud and justifiably so. Emma, congratulations on the victory. Take us through those final 2 laps.
I was sticking behind Colin, and when I saw that he was having troubles passing 85, I just went for it, went under them, and I got first.
That's the end of that chapter. Yeah, the crowd loves it. Was it a hard pass?
Not really, it just...
It looked difficult from where we were.
I just waited for the right moment, and it came.
That's the driver confidence for you, folks. Who do you want to thank tonight?
I want to thank my mom and dad for getting my car ready, Gary Graham Transport, Lambeth Chiropractic and Wellness Center, and Glencoe Auto Recyclers. I also want to dedicate my race to Brad Clarke.
Cool, race fans, put your hands together. It's the 8 of Emma Graham. We'll catch the photo here. And we'll throw things back up to Chris. We've got some special trophies as well from Brad's wife, Sue. We'll get Sue in the photo, maybe. That would be nice.
Every track I've been to, it's how it goes. I know. Nice move, girl. Nice move, girl.
Next up, race fans, your feature race number 2 for the junior late model class, brought to you by Marchman Engines. And it was a great feature race number 1. We'll see if they can do even better second time around, as the junior late models will start coming onto the track. We'll have the 2 of Malachi Busink out of Strathroy, also the 22, Judah Busink out of the Strathroy stable. The 77, Callum Lawton from Tempsford. The 37, Walkerton's Del Freiberger. And the 9, Grayson Masson out of Ingersoll. The scheduled distance, 20 laps. Feature race number 2, set to go for the junior late model class.
But yeah, these drivers will have their work cut out for them. The junior sprinters showing how it's done tonight. In the end, I think that's a real redemption story there for the junior sprints. A bit of a struggle in the first feature. Second feature, though, awesome race, awesome finish. Congratulations, Emma Graham. Want to recognize some special groups here with us this evening. Source Industrial and Spartan Sling. We certainly hope you're enjoying your evening of racing. That's Source Industrial and Spartan Sling. And also a very special thank you to Action Trailers. Action Trailers, sponsor of tonight's Brad Clarke Memorial event. And of course, you race fans, thank you so much for joining us this evening here. We're now into the second group of feature races. Under the lights at Grand Bend Speedway. So the first race of the evening was won by the 37 of Del Freiberger. Was able to get himself to victory lane. But you know, feature race number 2 is not the same as feature race number 1. You never quite know how it's going to go. As the white flag flies from starter Aiden up in the flag stand. As we get ready to rock and roll with the junior late models.
Junior late models set to go here. Feature race number 2 for 20 laps. Green flag ready to fly at the flag stand. As the field will come out of turn 4, they'll mash the gas. Green flag, we're racing with the junior late models. Good start on the high side by the 37 of Adele Freiberger, and Freiberger will grab the lead early down the back. Freiberger trying to go back to back here tonight. Malachi Busink in the second spot to number 2, Grayson Masson, Judah Busink, Callum Lawton, that's your running order.
You know, it is your second, third, and fourth place battle to watch right now. The 22 of Malachi Busink slides way up the track there, or Judah rather, in the 22. He's trying every way but sideways to try to get around the 9 of Grayson Masson, loses some track position as he tries to pull off that maneuver. The 9 of Masson, for his part, right up here on the back of the 2 of Malachi Busink.
Yeah, and as those three battle, John, the 37 Adele Freiberger able to get away now to almost a full straightaway advantage.
Well, and this is how it goes. When you're out front, you're not having to fight for track position. You're just able to hit your marks and away you go. And this battle for second and third, they are really going for it here, I tell you. Yeah, the second, third, and fourth group just locked right together. It's like they're drafting at Daytona down the back straightaway there. As now the 9 of Grayson Masson gets just a nose to the inside of the 2 of Busink, just a nose, but they don't have mirrors. So the 2 of Busink doesn't know he's there. You've basically got to get right up alongside your competitor before they're going to give you the lane.
Coming up on the 17 a lot, and all three of them will go to the high side here, a full straightaway behind the leader now, as Del Freiberger is absolutely gone. It's this number 2 of Malachi Busink in second, Grayson Masson third, Judah Busink in fourth, Callum Lawton in fifth.
And the 2 of Malachi Busink sort of playing defense at this stage. You know, I think at this point he knows the 9 of Grayson Masson is there, but when you're running a defensive race, it's going to be tough to catch that leader on the start. Oh, trouble in turn 4. The 22 of Judah Busink goes around. Caution is out. Whoa, and the 77 of Lawton, I don't know if saw the caution going. That was a close call there. But I think the 22 will be able to get going. It was a self-spin.
Well, good news for the 2 and the 9, and ultimately the 22 and the 77. They'll reel the leader back in under yellow flag conditions, and we'll get a restart, see if they have anything for the 37.
Yeah, this is going to cook something up kind of interesting, which is going to be on the restart. The 9 of Grayson Masson will actually be on the back bumper of the 37 of Freiberger. And, you know, Masson's got a mess of feature race wins at this track. The 37 of Freiberger, not a regular runner at the Bend here, but he's out here tonight, and you know, he won as you saw, the first feature of the night. But it's going to be interesting to see, you know, the driver who's kind of coming out of nowhere here to win the first feature race is going to go, you know, bumper to bumper with the driver who's, you know, been to victory lane quite a bit at this track. The 9 of Grayson Masson, the ExecuLink car. I'm looking around. I saw track promoter Tabitha going up and down the rows with the free bug spray. I am now looking for the free bug spray, but I can't see her anymore. Put your hands up if you got some free bug spray from Grand Bend Speedway tonight. Who got the free bug spray? Oh, not very many people. Oh, John Paul, you're a lifesaver. Cameraman John Paul from Checker Flag Media has got the bug spray for me. Nice.
I think they're going to get them to, yeah, they are going to get them to double up. So race officials getting this feature race going quickly after the caution. They'll double up, white flag displayed. It'll be Freiberger inside row 1. It'll be the 2 of Malachi Busink outside that lead row. Masson will now, as John mentioned, will line up behind the 37 inside row number 2 with Lawton on the outside and Judah Busink in the 22. And Judah Busink, an opportunity here for the 22 to follow that 9 who's following the leader and maybe gain some spots here on that outside row as Freiberger will bring him back to the line. restart here with 11 laps to go. Green flag, we're racing with the junior late models. And they're looking to catch Malachi Busick on the high side. Masson's through. Here comes Judah Busick now to the inside of his brother. And Judah will grab third spot. Halfway this time by, 10 down, 10 to go. Freiberger out front. And we'll see what the 9 of Masson and the 22 of Judah Busick have for the leader.
Yeah, Freiberger's looking strong out front, that 37, but he's got some tough competition behind him here. Now the 22, though, of Busick takes just a peek to the inside of the 9 of Grayson Masson. So that 22 of Judah Busick is forward looking. He's got to the inside. He's up to the side. The 9 can see him. So actually we're going to change dancing partners here, as now it's going to be the 22 of Judah Busick who's going to be up in second.
Yeah, the unlucky driver in this whole deal was the 2, John, of Malachi Busick, who was in second spot before the caution. Now trying to regain some spots, running in fourth.
But this 37 of Freiberger, he's been the class of the field tonight. He's going to get the 5 to go signal.
Last time interval 1.146 front to second. Actually, Judah took some time off Freiberger. Now it's just 1.038 is the time of the interval between the 37 and the 22. We'll check it this time by. It's under a second now. Judah Busick is coming in the 22.
Oh, sideways.
And a slow. Oh, and the 22 of Busick got a little loose on turn 2.
Yeah, he got right sideways out too. Now the 9 of Grayson Masson's going to try to capitalize. He's got momentum here suddenly.
Yeah, speaking of momentum, it's gone for the 22. Judah was coming. He cut the interval to less than a second before that mishap in turn number 2. 2 laps to go this time by for the leader, the 37 of Del Freiberger. Coming through turns 3 and 4, the 37, as John mentioned, the class of the field tonight. White flag on the Speedway for this 37 of Freiberger. It's Judah Busick in second, Masson in third, Malachi Busick in fourth, Callum Lawton in fifth. Down the back one final time. Looking for double checkers here for the sweep in the junior late model class tonight. Double checkers in the air for the 37 of Del Freiberger. He'll take the win in feature race number 2, followed by Judah Busick, Grayson Masson, Malachi Busick, and Callum Lawton. And that wraps up junior late model competition for tonight at Grenbend Speedway. And momentarily we'll send a trackside to John, who will have a few words with our feature race number 2 winner, Del Freiberger, in the number 37 out of Walkerton.
So we'll swing on in here and have a quick word with the 37 of Del Freiberger. Pops the lip as he has gone back-to-back. 2 wins tonight, 2 checkered flags. That's your winner, 37 Del Freiberger. Del, congratulations out there. Good hustle out there tonight. They had 1 crack at you on that restart. Did you feel the pressure?
Oh, I felt a lot of pressure. Yeah. I want a huge thanks to my dad. We were inside the shop all week working on this car after Varney. We broke a few spindles, but we got them all redone, and yeah. I want a huge thanks in memory of Brad Clarke. Yeah.
Race fans, put your hands together for the 37. That's Del Freiberger, your winner. We'll snap a photo, and we'll get back up to the booth here with Chris Soares.
All right, up next, race fans. Feature race number 2 for the 9 horsepower mini sprint class, brought to you by Huron Transfer Services. And they'll run 20 scheduled laps here. On the track, we have the 7 of Hannah Hamilton out of Thetford. The 77 is Vanastra's Austin McClellan. The 8 is Corey Hamilton from Thetford. 33 is Grenben's Mike Beneteau. 13, Mitch James out of Bornham. And the 88 is Andrew Rose Cole out of Forest. 20 laps, the scheduled distance for the 9 horsepower mini sprints.
So the 9 horsepower sprinters on track. The last time we saw these drivers out here, it came down to the 33 of Beneteau and the 77 of Austin McLennan out of Vanestra. The 77 had a totally dominating performance. We'll see here, these drivers have had a little bit of time, make some adjustments, head to the pits. Let's see who's fast here in round number 2.
White flag displayed on the Speedway. We'll turn them loose next time by for 20 laps here. Feature race number 2. It'll be Hannah Hamilton, the control car, in the 7. Inside row number 1. McClellan, the first feature race winner on the outside, but Beneteau on the inside of row 2. This could be an opportunity for the 33. Green flag, we're racing here. Beneteau will try and make a move early, I would imagine. And Beneteau does go to the inside of Hamilton and grabs the early lead. Mike Beneteau out of Grenben out front. McClellan will go to the high side of Hamilton in turn number 3, followed by Corey Hamilton up to 3rd.
As they get wound up, it was not a great start for the 77 of Austin McLennan. He's got himself up to 2nd here, though. We'll see here how the car is geared, because he's catching right up to the 33 at Beneteau already.
Yeah, that 77 seems so fast compared to that 33. They'll go side by side at the line, and the 77 of Austin McLennan out in the lead. Crossover by Beneteau. Beneteau back to the inside, will grab the lead back.
And we've seen these guys get up front. When they get up front, man, do they race. The 33 at Beneteau is your leader, but it's going to be a fight. Because there goes the 77 of McClellan. Strong momentum run, backs off, tucks back into line. Crosses back to the inside. Beneteau a little bit squirrely there. Off the trouble, turn 4, trouble down to turn 4.
Look out here! Oh, heavy collision. We'll go red flag on the Speedway. Heavy contact out of turn number 4.
And these sprint cars, they are light. And so when they hit, and they were just eyes wide, the caution was coming out, and they were diving down to the inside, but there was one driver who was up on the high side, didn't see. Safety crew gets the vehicle righted. He wasn't right upside down, he was on his side. Yeah, it was a pretty hard hit. So yeah, it was the 44, and it was the 8 that was side here. The 8 of it was the 8 of Corey Hamilton that was up kind of sideways. The front bumper bar on the 44 is damaged pretty good. Yeah, the 44 drives out of it though, so that's all right. Round of applause for these drivers, by the way, folks. They're okay. I should have said that probably about a minute ago, but yeah, Corey Hamilton okay behind the wheel. Corey Hamilton okay behind the wheel. But they are going to load the vehicle onto the safety trailer as the steering, I don't think, is doing so good. So there they go. But anyway, one round of applause. Their drivers are A-okay. They're probably thrilled, but they're A-okay. So yeah, we've had a few mighty crashes tonight, and that's going to be one of them there.
Yeah, Corey out of turn 4 just had nowhere to go. Came out of turn 4 high, had a perfect angle this side, and had nowhere to go. Instead of the cars involved kind of sliding down the track, they stayed up in that high side right in front of the 8.
So yeah, the safety crew taking the vehicles back to the pits as soon as they're all set. We should be able to go back at it here with these 9-horsepower sprinters, and that crash took out 2 of the vehicles.
Yeah, we had the 88 of Rose Cole up in turn 3, stopped on a red flag, but now he's not there anymore, John. I don't know if you see the red 88. I only see 3 cars on the track right now.
There's 3 on the track. The 88 must have pulled off while I was looking at the incident site.
I'll just put him caution and then we'll get him going.
You see the safety ATV returning to turn 4, so we'll see. I think they're just going to inspect the incident site here, just make sure there's no problems. Yeah, Gord's just going to have a look here, see if there's any remaining debris. Oh, there's a little bit of oil spill down here, it looks like, because they're pulling out the oil dry, so it has about the consistency of not very much oil here. Nothing certainly to write home about. Nothing that would give the drivers any trouble. But evidently there was a little bit of fluid on the racetrack. They're just going to work it in just with feet, and we should be able to go back at it here without too much trouble.
Yeah, this red flag occurring unofficially with 4 laps complete, leaving 16 to go.
Yeah, so they got the oil dry down there. Scorekeeper Luke is going to give a push to the 7 of Hamilton. Safety ATV pulling off here. And 3 remaining in the 9-horsepower sprinters. And we'll probably see the lights flip back over to yellow here momentarily, just as soon as all safety equipment's back in place. And get ready to go back at it here with these 9-horsepower sprints. But yeah, a hard hit there. Drivers sideways, laying the vehicle sideways on the racetrack. At first I thought he'd rolled over, but it was not a full rollover, don't think.
Again, John, kudos to the safety of these vehicles for sure.
Yeah, it's, you know, all night long, that's sort of been what we've been seeing is over and over again, you know, these pretty, that was a pretty gnarly crash over there in turn 4, I'd say, you know, probably one of the tougher ones we've seen. And then I think that's been kind of the story of tonight is some of the toughest crashes we've seen this year. And once again, drivers are just I'm okay. Driving back to the pits. We'll see what we got.
13 of Mitch James has returned to the track as well. So official now, 4 laps complete, 16 to go when we restart here with the 9 horsepower sprints.
And yeah, just about ready to rock and roll here. But yeah, just such a tough lick over there in turn 4. That's what we've been seeing all night long.
So they'll double up here, the 4 vehicles in this feature race number 2 with 16 laps to go. They'll see the white flag this time by Mike Bennett, Gren, he is your leader. 77 is Austin McLennan. 7 is Hannah Hamilton. The 13, Mitch James. So set to go green this time by with 16 to go. Mike Beneteau will bring him to the flag. Out of turn 4. Green flag, we're racing again with the 9 horsepower mini sprints. Beneteau quickly out to the lead. Another slow start by the 77 McLennan, forced up high by Hamilton in the 7. And Beneteau has a good, comfortable lead now, but watch this 77. It's been on rails all night. Austin McLennan trying to track down the leader.
Yeah, the 77 has not had good starts tonight at all. But as soon as, I don't know if it's the gearing in the vehicle, I got to think that it must be, that he might be running a smaller 2-sprocket on that thing. He's going to be able to really let it rip here as he gets more and more laps in. Because look at him catch right up to the 33 of Beneteau. He's right there again.
It's unbelievable how fast he catches up. So you think that's only a difference in gear and that's it?
You know, and it's not much. It might only be 1 or 2 teeth on the gear. But in terms of the restart, it can make a huge difference.
So the front 2, nose to tail. Here we go again out of turn 4. 12 to go this time by. Little contact there as Beneteau and the 77 of McLennan come together.
Yeah, and so like if I had to gamble on this, I would say the 77. Oh, we got one rejoining the race over here in turn 4. Who's this?
Is that the 8?
It's
the 8 of Corey Hamilton.
Can you believe that?
That is awesome.
So we see this pitched battle on the backstretch. And I was going to say, if I had to say, I'd say the 77 probably has the edge of top speed as he gets side by side against Sparks Fly. He was off the racetrack there down on the inside.
He was, and that cost him some track position. Beneteau back out to about a 4 or 5 car length lead, but that won't be enough. As we know, the 77 at top speed has been a little faster than the 33. Cross flags in the air halfway.
And we did see a black flag on the racetrack to the 8 that rejoined the race just a few moments ago. I think there's something dragging on the vehicle, so we do see that consultation flag being displayed to him. I don't think it's a penalty, but certainly a consultation flag being displayed that there's something on that vehicle they're concerned about.
It could turn into a penalty if he doesn't adhere to the black flag. That's twice now for the 8 of Corey Hamilton, and right in front of the leaders now. This could get very interesting. The leaders are right here.
Oh, man.
Oh, the 8 almost didn't see Beneteau. Beneteau makes a couple of great moves and gains some more track position.
Yeah, probably for the best of the 8 stayed on the racetrack.
Well,
there.
is the 8 gonna stop there in the inside groove now? Now he's going to the grass.
Yeah, he's going to get himself off the racetrack.
Yeah, this is not going to make the officials too happy because he had 3 opportunities to exit the track, Don, and now he's on the infield.
Oh, come on, turn 3. Oh, almost another hard hit there.
That's the 77 of McLennan. Caution on the Speedway.
Yeah, you know, when we're talking about who, so let's sort of tee things up here. We've got one of our lead runners in turn 3 spun sideways, and then down the inside grass. So who was that there again, down the inside grass? So the 8 of Hamilton. You know, so the official rule book says once you receive the black flag, you have 3 laps, and basically what it is after the 3 laps, your scoring card gets pulled. And so I would say it's a little dicey whether he hit the 3 because there is some discretion. It wouldn't have been appropriate for him to jam on the brakes and make the right-hand turn while the leaders were 3 wide with him. So the officials can exercise some judgment with that and say, listen, there was no way off.
The only debate I have for you on that was 2 laps after he got the original black flag that he got the leaders behind him, right?
And so it gets tricky in these little nuances in racing that the more races you and I see, Chris, you never see the same thing twice. So the first black flag, you'd say from the flag stand, you go, okay, did he see it? Yes or no? So we'll presume the reason they give you 3 tries is they say, well, maybe he didn't see it. So when he came around the second time, the flag stand was giving a different signal. I think it was cross flags were coming out, and he didn't actually receive a full black flag. They kind of showed him a stick and get off. So the question is, did he see it that time? Although the whole thing goes right out the window when you realize the drivers are running one-way radios and actually probably were told it's you. So that makes it a little dicier as well. So I don't think there was any ill will there on the part of the 8. And I actually think in the end, he knew that he was having the mechanical problem and thought, I didn't get off the racetrack. I'll just pull to the inside here. I'll be off the track. They'll keep racing, I think is what he was thinking. Which isn't ideal. We don't like to leave cars in the infield generally at Grand Bend. I have seen it done before, but it's pretty rare. It's kind of swampy down in the infield. You don't really like leaving stationary cars. Like, we don't even put our safety crew down there right now. Although sometimes we've been known to place a safety ATV down there, but it's just you sort of figure out the track dynamics and where you're trying to go and what you're trying to do. And I don't think the 8 was trying to play games. I don't think he saw the first one and away he goes. But. Hence, so drivers getting their double up signal. So some challenges certainly tonight in the 9 horsepower sprints. The white flag flies here. Now we're going to be set to get back at it here. Green flag flies down the front straightaway here. So the 77 of Austin McLennan out of Van Astra running in 3rd now. Again, he has not been particularly strong on those restarts, as now he's getting a little bit of a push there from the 7 of Hannah Hamilton. Your leader is the 33 of Mike Beneteau, the 77 of Austin McLennan. Really, Chris, what these 2 guys need is they need some green flag laps to really try to sort this out.
Yeah, there's not many left. There'll be 3 next time by here for the leaders.
And McLennan is right there once again.
Nose to tail out of turn number 2 down to back. 2.5 laps to go here. Feature race number 2 for the 9 horsepower mini sprints. Now McLennan to the lead, out of turn 4, 2 to go. We'll see if the 33 has anything for the 77.
As the white flag is out, 77 of McLennan has set sail. And it's gonna be 2 for 2 tonight. There
out of turn 4, double checkers in the air for the 77 of Austin McLennan with the sweep tonight in the 9 horsepower mini sprints. It'll be Beneteau in 2nd, Mitch James in 3rd, followed by the 7 of Hannah Hamilton. And momentarily we'll send the trackside to John to speak to the young man, seldom with words sometimes. John, Mr. Austin McLennan from Van Astra.
got an updated call there, by the way, Chris, on the 8. They just clarified it for me. So it was not mechanical. It was it was unsafe entry to the racetrack, actually. He wasn't given clearance to join the race. And it entered right in front of the leaders there, and they didn't, they thought that's no good. So it was indeed a penalty. So we'll come on in here. Oh, I gotta get the flag! Aiden, the flag! The precious flag that these drivers spend days chasing. Can't come to victory lane without a flag, empty-handed. Here we go. Car, hopping out of the car. Popping the bucket off here, so we'll get to see his smiling face. We'll put a checkered flag in his hand, because that puts a smile on anyone's face. Race fans, put your hands together. It's the 77 of Austin McLennan. Austin, you were a man of few words in the first feature race, but the second one, you and that 33, you guys have a big fight going on out there.
Yeah, he kind of hit me, but I still won.
So what's the story there? He really pulls you on those restarts there. What do you think the difference is between this car and his?
I don't know.
All right, who do you want to thank tonight?
I'd like to thank my grandpa, my nana for coming out. I'd like to thank the sponsors, CarQuest and Radar Auto Parts, and the fans for coming out.
Race fans, put your hands together for the 77 Austin McLennan out of Vanessa. We'll get Sue in here with the Brad Clarke Memorial hood. And we'll snap a couple photos here. And we'll throw things back up. We'll throw things back up to Chris in the booth.
Up next, race fans, brought to you by Robson Scrap Metals. It's our mini truck class, scheduled for 20 laps for feature race at number 2. The 7 is James Rouleau out of Kamoka. The 18 is Ilderton's Quinn Gertz. The 19 is Caleb Gertz from Ilderton. The 37 is Walkerton's Ben Freiberger. The 15 is Acacia Zimick out of Mount Bridges, Ontario. The 4 is Glencoe's Dylan Graham. The 43, London's Carson Sim. The 49, Hayden Sim from London. The 20, Strathroy's Mason Culver. Nine trucks set to do battle here for 20 laps. Feature race number 2. All right, getting set for mini truck competition here. Race fans for 20 laps here at GBS. White flag on the Speedway. James Verlewin at 7. Control truck here looking to the green flag here, coming out of turn 4. Caleb Gertz at 18 didn't finish the feature race. We'll see what the 18 has in feature race number 2. We're racing with the mini trucks. Verlewin will take both Gertzes into turn 1 and 2 and down and back. It's Quinn on the outside, Caleb on the inside. Right behind Verlewin in the blue 7. And then Keisha Zimick in the blue 15 and the rest of the field. Caleb Gertz up to second. Back in the field, the Sims are coming through. Here comes the 49. Hayden Sims, he won the first feature. He'll cut to the inside of Quinn Gertz in the 18 for third spot. Back in the pack, the 20 of Mason Culver, marred in traffic, can't get through. Verlewin trying to get away from the rest of the field. Then it's Caleb Gertz, Hayden Sims, Carson Sim up to 4th now. This has dropped back to 5th. Hayden Sim all over the back of the 19 deck lid of Caleb Gertz now, weaving back and forth along the freeway. Trying to get a run on the 19. This allows the 7 of Verlewin to try and get away here. Carson Sim in 4th, Quinn Gertz in 5th. Culver's now up to 6th. Then it's Freiberger, Zimick and Graham to the inside, battle for 2nd, and Caleb Gertz comes right across the nose of Hayden Sim to shut the door. Took some momentum off the 49. So Hayden Sim will have to try it again. Meanwhile, James Verlewin at the point here. Nice, comfortable 10-12 truck length lead. Back in the field, nice 3-truck battle for the 4th spot. Culver's found Quinn Gertz in the 18, trying to get to the inside of the 18 now. And the 18 will shut the door. Hayden Sim and Caleb Gertz reuniting that battle for 2nd. Culver gets to the inside of the 18, back in the field for 5th now. Verlewin still leading at the front of the field. Cross flags in the air, this time by 10 down, 10 to go for the 7 of Verlewin. Caleb Gertz in 2nd, Hayden Sim in 3rd. Carson Sim has a mirror full of Mason Culver. The 20 truck trying to come to the front. Here comes Culver to the inside of Carson Sim for the 4th spot. Quinn Gertz trying to follow him through. Culver through to the 4th spot. He'll set sail on the battle for 2nd. James Verlew still at the front of the field. James probably thinking, Caleb, stay in front of Hayden as long as you can. I'm trying to stretch this lead out. And Caleb Gertz doing a good job holding on to that second spot in the 19 truck. Got the hood back on that 19, I believe. Yes, they did. Mason Culver trying to bridge that gap from Quinn Gertz all the way up to the lead group now. Quinn Gertz passed Carson Sim for 5th. But it's James Verlew in that blue number 7. Caleb Gertz in the 19. Hayden Sim in the 49. That's your front 3. And it's Culver, Quinn Gertz, Carson Sim, Freiberger, Zimick, and Graham, your running order. Very hotly contested 4-truck battle now for 6th position back in the field. Nothing's changed up front. Popsicle sticks in the air this time by. 2 laps to go from the flag stand for the 7 of James Verlew. Freiberger to the inside of Carson Sim for position back in the field. That's for the 6th spot. Quinn Gertz is reeled back in. Mason Culver for 4th. The battle is for that 2nd spot, but the lead is all James Verlew. Down the back one final time. Flag to flag out of turn 4. He'll take double checkers. James Verlew in the 7 will take the mini truck class, feature race number 2, followed by Caleb Gertz, Hayden Sim, Mason Culver, Quinn Gertz. And it's Carson Sim, Freiberger, Graham, and Zimick, your running order in the mini truck class. They'll go flag to flag, caution free. And a great run there by James Verlew in the blue 7. And momentarily we'll send it down to trackside to John, who will speak with James after a very impressive feature race number 2 win.
James Verlew, he's fast to the track, he's fast out of the car, he beat me out of the vehicle. Fastest exit. James Verlew, congratulations. Man, you got out of the truck fast. Does it smell in there or something? Like, what's going on? Congratulations. Such a strong run tonight for the Blue 7.
Yeah, it was a good run tonight. Truck ended up working real good.
Who do you want to thank tonight?
I'd like to thank RBC Banking and Dealco and my mom for driving the truck out tonight.
Great on. Race fans, put your hands together for the very fast number 7, James Verlew. Sue's going to come down with the Brad Clarke hood, and we'll snap a photo. We'll throw things back up to you on the flag stand there, Chris.
Yeah, them good.
Thank you, John. And just momentarily up here as we're going to throw it back down trackside as we're going to get our touring Great Lakes legends out here. And John's going to go through the starting lineup down trackside momentarily.
Michael painted it just like my dad's back in the day. Yeah.
All good to go, Johnny?
Good to go. Race
All
fans,
right, race fans, we are set to introduce you to the starting lineup for your Great Lakes Legends 30-lap feature. We'll send it down trackside to John Helton.
Race fans, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the starting lineup for tonight's Great Lake Legends feature race. With a long drive from the back of the field, it's number 15, Todd Seaburn from Wainfleet. Todd, you have a long drive ahead of you tonight.
Uh-huh.
That's how I feel too, man. Good luck out there tonight, Todd. Because that was easy. Moving up one position up to St. Mary's, Ontario, the number 25 is McKenna Robson. McKenna, what outlook tonight?
We have a car count, I'd say. It's actually my first night here at Grand Bend Speedway in the car. So thanks to everyone for coming out. It looks like a great crowd out there, so thanks to you guys. But also thanks to Great Lakes Legend Series for having us and for Grand Bend for hosting. Yeah, good luck to everyone. Have fun.
McKenna Robson in the 25. First ever start, Grand Bend. Out of Tecumseh, the number 7 is Russ. Dan, how long you been racing for?
A couple years now.
Couple years now. How long in the Legends?
A couple years now.
Got what it takes?
Pardon me?
Do you have what it takes tonight?
Do
you have what it takes tonight?
Absolutely.
That's the spirit. The number 7 of Dan Russ out of Tecumseh. The number 17 is a driver who know well here at Grand Bend Speedway out of Elamville. It's the 17 of Haley McNichol. Haley, you have a lot of laps of this track in the 4-cylinder. What's the biggest difference between the 4-cylinder and the Legends, aside from the size?
Definitely a Legend being rode.
All right, so good luck tonight out there, rear-wheel drive Legend. That's the 17 of Haley McNichol. Up one more position, the number 44 out of Bell River is Joe Russ. Joe, moving up a little further in the field here. You make it to the front.
We're going to try, and we'll do the best we can. We want to bring her back to the barn in one piece.
All right, good luck to the number 44. That's Joe Russ. Up one more position. It's the number 30 out of Port Kilburn. That's Dylan Slidler. Your last name right?
Close enough.
Close enough. It's never close enough. Slider, right? That's better. That's better. We've seen you sliding around this racetrack a little bit tonight. Have those gremlins been fixed?
Yeah, I got to get the dirt gremlins out of myself, but just got to thank these guys for letting me come down here and wheel this car.
All right, good luck. Number 30. Up one more position now, the number 55, also out of Bell River. This is Lonnie Scott. Lonnie, what's the outlook tonight? You and I were chatting before the race this evening. You seemed fairly confident. Are you still?
Well, I can look. If I look really closely, I can see the front of the pack up there, but I'll try my best.
All right, good luck to Lonnie Scott in the 55. Up one more spot out of Elamville, the 71 is Zach Hatch. Zach, you had some fans up earlier tonight. I was interviewing with a few of them. They didn't like that third place finish in the heat race. They were mad at you.
Well, we'll see if we can bump that up here, but we got a pretty stacked field. We'll do what we can and hopefully put on a good show on a special day here. So, yeah, just try and drive to the front, see what happens.
That's the 71 of Zach Hatch. The 82 out of Elsa Craig is Matt Thompson. Matt, it's a heck of a race here tonight. How long you been racing for?
Since I was 6 years old.
6 years old. And I think you raced at this track, am I right?
Yeah.
Right, so you have a lot of experience at this track, a little bit more speed here in the Legends car.
Yeah, a lot more speed here now.
Right, do you think you have what it takes?
I'll try.
I'll try. Come on, race fans, he'll try. Come on, all right, good luck tonight out there tonight. Thompson in the 82. Kenny, where are you? Kenny, you're right beside me, moving up one more spot. Kenny McNichol Jr. in the number 1 out of Elamville. Kenny, we have seen you racing at this track so much. This is the points leader, by the way, in the Great Lakes Legends Series. You've got 2 feature race wins under your belt, at least so far this year. Is a third one in the pipes tonight?
With any luck.
With any luck. Is racing luck or is it racing skill?
There's a lot of luck. There is some skill, though.
That's fair. Kenny McNichol Jr. in the number 1, trying to put it in P1 tonight. Out of Angus, Ontario, the number 78S is Joe Sheeman. Joe, looking forward to tonight's race. It's been a long evening heading towards this point. How's the car feel?
Car feels great. I just want to say how great it is to be here on the Brad Clarke Memorial. He's done a lot for Legend Cars.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Joe. The Shermanator, it says. Move up one position here to the 300. This is Sean Slider out of Port Colborne, driving the number 300. We were talking earlier, you're a regular dirt track driver. How's the asphalt feel tonight? You say it was your first ever asphalt oval race.
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever been here on asphalt at all. It's feeling pretty good. Car seems loose, but it's probably just me.
That's fair. Anyone to thank tonight?
I'd like to thank Spartan Sling Manufacturing for sponsoring this car, and Great Lakes Legends Cars for letting me drive it, and Todd Seedberg for giving me a phone call this morning.
The Spartan Sling guys are here cheering you on from the pits tonight, so good luck to them. All right, up one more spot. The 00 out of Owen Sound is Joe Adams. And Joe, in all the races I've called, I've seen you racing a number of different cars over the years, and now here in the Legends cars. How fun are these to drive?
They're a lot of fun. They're a handful, so it was a change for me to try something else, so I'm having fun.
All right, the 00, Joe Adams. Up to the 3rd position, the number 29, the silver 29. 2nd position, because the ATV doesn't count. So this is the outside pole position. I've got the ATV in my peripheral vision. This is out of Bedford, Ontario, Austin Arnell, one of our regulars here at Grand Bend Speedway in the mini trucks. Do you have what it takes in the Legends tonight?
Oh, I mean, I'd like to think so, but there's definitely some fast guys up here, so we're just going to have to, it's a long race, so we're going to have to try and play our cards right and see if we can finish up towards the top, I guess.
Okay, good luck from the outside poles. 29 of Austin Arnell, and rounding out the field out of Westlake, Michigan, our lone American competitor tonight, it's Gregory Rudzik. Gregory, welcome to Canada.
Yeah, it's always a blast coming here. I've raced here many times. I really like this track. And that's it, really. Hopefully we'll stay in the lead and get this win.
Well, you're in the right spot, and you actually sound pretty confident about it. So good luck, Gregory Rudzik out of Michigan, making the trek tonight. Give that a round of applause, and give a round of applause to all of our Great Lakes Legends drivers as they hop behind the wheels of their machines. And we get set for the 30-lap feature race, the main event. Okay, and so to get these Great Lakes Legends cars started, earlier tonight I was looking for one kid to help me with a flag stand demonstration. Tonight, I'm looking for all the kids, anyone who's under age 12 years old. We have to do the driver start your engines command. So kids, if you're out there, anyone under the age of 12, come on down. I'll teach you the magic words. Look at them go. There's no race. The race is on the track. Everyone's racing down here. People are losing shoes. They're flying all over the place. All right. You seem particularly excited tonight. Which car are you rooting for?
82.
82? Okay. All right. Who are you rooting for?
82.
Did you just say that because he said it?
No.
What's the 82 driver's name? Gotcha. Do you know?
No.
No. Do you know?
No.
How did you guys pick the 82?
We don't know.
You don't know? Oh, let's get a roster out here. What's going on here, these guys? Is there an 82? Yeah, it's Matt Thompson. He's a local driver. That's a good pick. That's not a totally wild choice. Did your family tell you were choosing the 82?
No.
Oh, okay. It was a good paint job?
Yeah.
Okay, see, that's how kids usually pick. Good paint job. It's a fast car, too. Okay, so come on in. I'll talk to you guys off the mic here for a second. All right, so we had our conference down here. The kids all know the words. Do you know the magic words? Don't say it. Oh, he was going to say it. Then they would have started the engine. See, I heard one turning over there already. That was scary. Are they ready? Is that the signal? Was that my ready signal? Oh, wait for it. Okay, here. I'm going to kind of come over here. Okay. And we need to create a semicircle. You know, in school, you make a semicircle. You know what a semicircle is? It's a half circle. All right. If you're short, you should be in the front. Like that kid there is really short. That's not fair. He can't even see. All right, lift him up. That's good. That's better. That's working through it. All right, they're ready. Are you guys ready? All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Hey, good job, kids. Round of applause for the kids and a round of applause for the Great Lakes Legends Series set for the 30-lap feature race. And so race fans, as they come on past the front straightaway this time by, take off your racing caps, wave something white and wave something bright. The drivers will be giving you the 3-wide salute as they come on past your grandstand section. So give them a wave as they come on by. Give a cheer to your favorite, the Great Lakes Legends Series set for a 30-lap feature race tonight. There we go. They got. So this time it'll be the 3 wide salute. So give them a wave and cheer as they come on past. They're in the 3 wide order. And this is their way of saying thank you, race fans, for coming out tonight and supporting the Great Lakes Legends Series at Grand Bend Speedway. They're glad you're here. We're glad they're here. As the drivers now slot into their 2x2 order that they'll be starting this race in. And we got one stopped here on the backstretch. It's the 15 of Todd Steburn from Wainfleet. He was set to start last. He was the first driver we interviewed. I think he's just going to slot in here, though, at the tail end.
White flag on the Speedway, getting set for 30 laps here from the visiting Great Lakes Legends Series. It'll be the Red 17 of Gregory Rudzik at the point. The control car, Austin Arnell, on the outside of road number 1. 15 Legends set to do battle here for 30 laps around the Grand Bend Speedway quarter mile. Out of turn 4, Rudzik will bring him to the line. Green flag, we're racing with the Legends. Rudzik will lead lap 1. Arnell will fall into trouble now on the outside. It's the 00 of Joe Adams up the second spot now. And the 300 there of Sean Salter. Then it's the 1 Kenny McNichol Jr. Arnell back to 5th on that start. Front 4 trying to get away now.
So the American leads the way. Gregory Rudzik out of Michigan over the 00 of Joe Adams.
And the leader's already starting to catch the tail end of the lead lap very, very shortly with Rudzik leading that train. And they'll first come up on the 15 of Todd Seaburn. And those two cars really off the pace as the leaders will fly by them on the outside.
You know, there is a bit of a battle here for third between the 300. The 300 of Sean Slider out of Port Kill. Caution as we see a spin in turn 2. Our first caution here. The leaders were already into a little bit of lap traffic there. But yeah, that 17 of Gregory Rudzik out of Westlake, Michigan, we saw him. He was strong in heat race competition. And he has carried that strength forward here into the feature race for sure, this awesome field of legend cars. Definitely one of the series I look forward to in terms of traveling series each year here at the Bend. Should be a fairly rapid-fire restart. Looks like the lap drivers are dropping to the rear. The remaining drivers, I think, were in a fairly straightforward running order when the yellow dropped. So your running order looks like this. Again, the 17 of Gregory Rudzik out of Westlake, Michigan. The 00 is Joe Adams out of Owen Sound. Car number 300 is Sean Slider out of Port Colborne. As for the number 1, that's Kenny McNichol Jr., regular runner here in the 4-cylinder class of days gone by. The 29 rounds out our top 5. That's Austin Arnell. Arnell in the silver car out of Thedford. Again, one of our, he was a racer in our truck division here at the track. So he definitely knows his way around this particular speedway. And that's your top 5 as they run on the racetrack.
Yeah, 6th is Joe Sherman in 7th spot right now, the 82 of Matt Thompson. In 8th is the 30 of Dylan Slider. In 9th is the 55 of Lonnie Scott. And Zach Hatch rounding out the top 10. Not a good start for the 29 of Austin Arnell. Started on the outside pole and quickly fell to 5th and trying to rebound on this restart.
You know, at this time of year in August, things get pretty cool out here on the track. The conditions have changed quite a bit since the heat races were run, and definitely since the practice sessions ran. We're seeing the drivers doubling up here, getting ready for their restart. This is going to clear some racetrack ahead of these leaders. Again, Chris, they were just getting into that lap traffic.
Yeah, it didn't take long. We only had 6 laps complete, and they were already all over the back end of the lead lap.
White flag flies from the flag stand from starter 8. Drivers will get themselves doubled up. And we'll send them sailing into turn 1. Our main event tonight, the 30-lap Great Lakes Legends feature event.
Rudzik, your control car. Adams in the 00 outside in row number 1. But it'll be Rudzik that'll bring them the green. Out of turn 4, green flag. We're racing again with the Legends.
Front 4 breaking away just a little bit. Rudzik continues to lead, but your battle for second. The second place driver, Sean Slider, out of Port Colborne, runs second. The one of Kenny McNichol Jr. gets himself up to the 3rd place spot over the 00 of Joe Adams.
Yeah, because Joe Adams had caught on the high side here at the quarter mile, and that's not the shortest way around, so Adams falls to 4th quickly.
Rudzik now pulling away in that red number 17. The one of Kenny McNichol cooks it pretty hard there into turn 3. Now he's got the 00 of Joe Adams taking a look on him. He's really power sliding here, Chris. The one of Kenny McNichol Jr.
Yeah, meanwhile, Rudzik is pulling away here with the lead, and he likes what he sees there. Caution on the Speedway. Caution on the Speedway. Here we got a car, the 15 on the infield grass on the front stretch, and that's the 15 of Todd Seaburn. So another caution here, caution number 2 in this 30-lap feature.
Yeah, Seaburn having a bit of a rough go tonight, certainly in feature race competition. Our second caution here in the Great Lakes Legends Series, and we were just starting to see things getting pretty dicey, second and third especially. That 300 Slider and the number 1 of Kenny McNichol Jr.
Yeah, well, now the 300 of Sean Slider is in maybe a not ideal position, because the last restart it was Adams outside that front row, lost 3 spots pretty quick. Now the 300 is going to be outside in that lead row, and will try to prevent losing spots like Joe Adams did on the last restart.
And I'm really interested to see how the 300 Slider handles this. Like we were saying, it's his first time ever racing on an asphalt oval. The only other asphalt racing he's done is on a drag strip, which is totally a different game. And so he's done most of his time, all of his time on dirt tracks essentially. And here he is tonight. There's a lot more grip, certainly a different style of racing on asphalt. He seemed to be running quite confidently, though, in my view. Sometimes drivers, they really struggle making the transition either from asphalt to dirt or from dirt to asphalt. But he seems pretty confident tonight. We'll see how it shakes out as this race goes on, but you know, it really seemed to me that those front 4 were looking especially strong. The 29 of Austin Arnell, I'm curious to see if he's able to pull it together here a little bit. We also see the 82 of Thompson up into the top 6 here.
Yeah, Arnell might have a good spot here on the restart inside. Seems like the inside row is advancing early on both the start of this feature and the first restart. So Arnell might be in a good spot here inside on that row number 3 as we're looking for green this time by.
17 of Rudzik running a slow pace there coming into turn 3, and they're going to match the gas here down the front stretch. Green flag flies from the 17 of Rudzik. The 300 of Slider didn't really get going there. He's going to try and power it up on the high side, but loses the spot to the one of Kenny McNichol. And here comes the 00 of Joe Adams. That was good for the 3rd place spot. Front 3 now, shaking it up.
Yeah, if you're starting on the outside of the first row, you're in deep trouble on the restarts here with these Legends at the quarter mile at Gren Bend. I'll tell you that right now. It first happened to Adams, now it's happened to Slider.
Kenny McNichol Jr., the points leader. now up to second place, and he is, I think, starting to look, Chris, on the 17 of Rudzik.
Front four trying to get away. Arnell has lost Thompson for fifth. Oh, we got a spin in turn three. Couple of cars on the infield, and caution on the Speedway. I believe that is the 30 of Dylan Slider, who lost the back end of that car and slid into the infield grass, and we'll get our third quick caution here, just 11 laps in.
78S was in that as well. I caught out of the corner of my eye. I think it was a self-spin. I didn't see any contact between drivers there. So the Great Lakes Legends stringing together a number of laps there before a gentle, I would say a fairly gentle spin in turn 3 and 4. No contact between anyone. Everybody's still running out there.
Okay, so who gets the bad spot now, John? Well, it might be the one of Kenny McNichol Jr., the outside of the lead row on a restart. The last two restarts, that outside car has lost 3 spots before the first lap after the restart was complete.
Well, and make no mistake, the 00 of Joe Adams, he's no slouch. He's got a lot of racing experience behind that wheel, 25 plus years racing up at Sauble Speedway, Barrie Speedway, up there sort of in the northern part there of southwestern Ontario, I suppose you could say. And you know, one of the tracks he raced at, Barrie Speedway, not that much bigger than this track, like a fairly similarly sized track. So you know, certainly bringing that experience to bear tonight, and he'll be on the inside of row number 2, right on the back bumper of Rudzik. Rudzik has been really strong tonight. He's been having strong restarts. We've seen him each time. But he sort of has a little bit of a trick, not a trick that he's playing, because again, as you say, Chris, he's the control car. He sets the pace coming to the green flag. But I've noticed that, you know, they're running a certain pace here right now. We'll see if he does it again. He seems to slow them right down coming into turn 3, and then starts to accelerate back to the normal pace speed. And I think it catches the other drivers off guard a little bit. So, you know, that's one thing, that's one tool that a drivers have to play with a little bit. But if you play with it too much, it can lead to a jump start. And
yeah, well, it'll be interesting, as mentioned before, to see what the 1 car does here. Last 2 restarts, the 00 lost 3 spots, the 300 lost 3 spots, and they all both started on the outside of the lead row. So a big restart here for the one of Kenny McNichol Jr. The 00 of Adams will want to take advantage. Arnell will be inside row number 3 on this restart too, as we seem to be just delayed a little bit on this restart here. It looks like the order is correct.
You know, the other thing I'll add is, I'm not saying the 17 is playing games on the restart, but what I'll say is, if a driver does sort of play games with the pace on the restart, the other drivers sort of figure it out. So Kenny McNichol Jr., he's got a lot of laps around this track. If he sort of gets that sense that there's games being played on the restart, it will make him extra aware coming into this start, and makes those games a little bit less effective. So we'll see if he's part of the way you'll know is if he's able to keep right side by side with the 17 going into turn 1, you'll know he's sort of got it figured out.
So the Legend Series officials still trying to work out this lineup here.
Yeah, so it's tricky because they go back to the running order at the last full completed green flag lap. It looks like they're satisfied because I see them doubling up now.
White flag displayed here. We have 11 completed laps, 19 is still to go here. And it'll be Rudzik controlling the field yet again inside that lead row. Kenny McNichol Jr. outside
so let's
row
see,
number 1.
Let's see what he does here, because what I was seeing was the 17 of Rudzik slowing down in turn 3, because right now this pace I think is about right. And we'll see if he does it again here. But no, it looks pretty even here. Here we go. Down the front straightaway, the green flag flies. The 17 of Rudzik takes it there. Clean start. McNichol keep it right with him through turns 1 and 2 and actually try to fight him for the spot. Rudzik, though, edging back on the inside.
The longer McNichol stays out there, the more trouble he has to maybe now he slits into a spot. McNichol Jr., the first outside lead row car to actually stay in second spot.
He definitely showing there that he's got what it takes in that black number 1 to try to mount a challenge. He's keeping right with him here. Rudzik's going to have his work cut. Oh, it takes off there a little bit. McNichol not so strong there through that turn. Loses a little bit of relative track position. 00 of Joe Adams waiting in the wings. jump back to 6th spot here for a second with the 82, the 78, the 71. This is a pretty fierce battle here as the 71, he seems to be trying to go places here as he gets to cross flags as they're halfway through this race, 15 laps in.
Yeah, that's the 71 of Zach Hatch, just inside the top 10. They've already caught the back of the lead lap here, the back of the track here, as the leaders will go to the high side of the 15.
Yeah,
they are into traffic now.
Yeah, your leader just coming out of turn 4, the red number 17 at Rudzik, being stopped by the one of Kenny McNichol Jr.
Yeah, it's all where you catch the traffic here at the quarter mile. You catch it in a good spot, and you can catch them in a bad spot.
Check out at turn 3 right now. The 71, the 78, and the 17 of Haley McNichol have all found each other in lap traffic. Really fighting it out here going into turn 1.
Yeah, the 71 of Hatch lost a couple spots there due to some slower traffic, and he'll have to make up for that.
Joe Sherman out of Angus in the 78S in that group as well. So that's definitely a battle to watch there down the back straightaway.
10 laps to go here. Great Lakes Legend Series, the 30-lap feature, 10 to go. And the leader's coming up on some big traffic here.
So let's check in with our leader. He's right here at the start-finish line, the 17 of Gregory Rudzik out of Westlake, Michigan, leading down the back straightaway here. The one of Kenny McNichol Jr. in the black number 1 has not really been able to make anything of it. He was so strong there on that restart. But now that 17 of Rudzik, they're going to be facing some stronger traffic here, though, ahead of them.
I think a lot of that interval, John, has to do with where they're catching traffic. Last time by, Rudzik hit the traffic just entering turn 3, was able to make the pass.
Turn 2!
We got a turn. It is a couple of cars high in turn number 1. And we have another caution number 4 here in this 30-lap feature.
So that's Joe Sherman is at the 30 up there of Dylan Slider out of Port Colborne. And that was the battle we had just checked in on, Chris. They were battling tooth and nail. What position was that for? Does it show on the transponder?
Yeah, that was just outside the top 10.
Yeah, so that was just outside the top 10 for those drivers. And we had just checked in on that battle. We were looking at it. And it definitely caught our attention. So this is going to be a barn burner of a restart. This is make or break time for the 17, certainly our leader, Gregory Rudzik out of Westlake, Michigan, the American trying to go to victory lane. But the one of Kenny McNichol Jr., he was strong on the last restart, but fell off as the green flag run went.
And I don't think it was the fact that he fell off, John. We were talking about when we were green is where Rudzik caught the lap traffic. And I'll give you an example. 2 laps before caution, Rudzik was able to pass a lap car before he got to turn 3, allowed him to stay on the inside groove. When McNichol Jr. got to that same vehicle, he had to go to the outside, so it created more space in between the 2 leaders. I think it was about where they caught the traffic was a big variable as well.
Yeah, and we saw that in some of the learning divisions tonight. Where you catch the traffic does matter quite a bit at this track. McNichol's going to pull right alongside that 17 to Rudzik here.
But McNichol's been the only car to start on the outside of the front row to actually retain its second spot on a restart. Everybody else was losing 3 or 4 spots.
But you look at this top 6 here, and they've remained largely stable. The 71 of Hatch, though, now up to 7. Keep an eye on him as well. He might have something for this lead group.
We have 7 laps to go. We're expecting a restart next time by. It is your pole car, Gregory Rudzik, still at the point, still the control car with 7 to go when we take green.
Rudzik in the 17, the one of Kenny McNichol up high, heading down the front straightaway. Rudzik bashes the gas here, gets away from the one of Kenny McNichol Jr. as they head to the first turn.
Yeah, McNichol Jr. falls right in line. It's the 00, Joe Adams to 3rd. It's the same front 5 still there with Matt Thompson just sitting outside the top 5 in the 82. The 71 is Zach Hatch up there along with the Haley McNichol now 7th and 8th.
5 laps to go that time by at the stripe. Go or go home time here in the Great Lakes Legend Series.
Front 2 trying to get away. It's still Rudzik at the front of this field. McNichol Jr. trying to track him down.
McNichol running a slightly higher groove there through turn 1 and 2. trying to see maybe if he can build up some momentum here to challenge the 17, the very fast 17 of Rudzik. Because time is running out. Laps to go here at the stripe for the 17 of Rudzik.
A full half mile left to go for Gregory Rudzik out of Michigan, just south of the border. Lots of traffic here now as they come to the white flag. Lots of traffic for the leaders. We'll go to the high side now. The 17 of Rudzik trying to hold off Kenny McNichol Jr. One final turn around Gren Bend Speedway here into turn 3. McNichol Jr. trying to get there to the inside. Checker flag in the air for the 17 of Gregory Rudzik. Kenny McNichol Jr. will come home in second. Joe Adams will round out the podium in third. It is Sean Slider, Austin Arnell rounding out the top 5. Matt Thompson, Zach Hatch, Haley McNichol, Lonnie Scott, and Joe Russ, your top 10 as the Great Lakes Legends complete another visit to Gren Bend Speedway here. And we'll interview the top 3 momentarily. Don't forget, we got more racing right after this. We still have the 4-cylinder bone stock class to run their feature race number 2 as well.
Yeah,
race fans as we'll head it down to
right
trackside momentarily to John Houghton, who will speak to our podium finishers after the Great Lakes Legends 30-lap feature tonight.
And from where I was standing, McNichol Jr. really threw it into that 4th turn.
As mentioned, race fans, still one more feature to come. After we do our interviews, the 4-cylinder bone stock still running their feature race number 2 coming up.
And here he comes out of the car. Race fans, put your hands together. Gregory Rudzik out of Michigan takes home, if I can get it into his hand, the checkered flag. He is your winner. Oh, you got a sponsor checkered flag there. We'll flip that out there for you. Gregory, congratulations. A very successful run for you in the 17 tonight. That number 1 at McNichol, though, he was giving you the gears there, though.
Yeah, I don't know. On the restarts, I couldn't give it all I had. And then once I got a couple laps going, then I could really get on it. And I don't know if I opened up a little bit of lead, but he definitely was right there on the restarts. Yeah.
Who do you want to thank tonight?
I thank my mom, my dad. They're watching at home on Facebook, I believe, and my girlfriend.
Right on. That's the 17 rather, of Gregory Rudzik, your winner tonight in the Great Lakes Legends Series. Will swing on down here. Kenny McNichol Jr., we've seen you in victory many times. No victory lane tonight, but man, you were really pushing him there, trying him at the end.
Yeah, I was giving a few bumps, and Greg was just a little bit faster tonight, so it is what it is.
Who do you want to thank?
I just want to thank all my sponsors, JMB Cycling, K&K Towing, Robson Scrap Metal, Dan Russ Contracting. There's so many, Jennifer Hatch Real Estate, St. Mary's Ford. The list goes on. I couldn't do it without these guys. My kids, my fiance, everybody that helps me out, my dad. Couldn't do it without all of them.
Right on. That's the 1 rather of Kenny McNichol Jr. Down here, the 00 of Joe Adams. Joe, car ran good, solid top 3.
No, that seems to be every time I come here, I'm third. Yeah, I was the 3rd place car.
Who do you want to thank tonight?
I've got Joe Sherman Amsoil Products. I have Doral, Shoal Ice Bison, Sure Shot Stone Slingers, K&K Lawn Care Pest Control, McKinnon Plumbing and Heating, and BVS Windows and Doors.
Right on. That's 00. Joe Adams will swing on over here, grab a quick photo. The 17 of Rudzik and the 4 cylinders. Bone stocks are up next.
All right, race fans, we're going to wrap things up tonight. A huge card of racing tonight with the four-cylinder bone stocks brought to you by Pinedale Motor Inn. And they'll run for 20 laps. 53 out of Mount Bridges is Kara Martin. The 52 red car is Carter Nickel out of Elsa Craig. The black 52R is Randy Martin from Mount Bridges. The 33 is Mike Beneteau from Grand Bend. The 28 is Ingersoll Sierra Graves. 611 Delaware is Jamie Shields. The 116 Chad Prue out of London. 20 laps to the scheduled distance here with the four-cylinder bone stocks to wrap up what's been an amazing night here at Grand Bend Speedway.
Just want to highlight one of the drivers out there tonight, the 116 of Chad Peru out of London. You know, first time we've seen him at Grand Bend Speedway this year, but not my first time seeing him. So Chad Peru in the 116 is one of the original, get this, Chaos car drivers. The Chaos cars later became the Bone Stocks, and he's been retired essentially since his Chaos car days, and now he's back.
Carter Nickel, the pole car, white flag this time by. He'll be the control car in the 52 red. Paint scheme and number after our Canadian NASCAR race winner, Earl Ross out of Elsa Craig as well. Sierra Graves outside pole here. The four-cylinder bone stocks, 20 laps of scheduled distance.
Kara Martin, the previous race winner in the 53, further on back in the field. We'll see what she can do with it.
Out of turn 4, the 52, Carter Nickel will bring him to the line. Green flag, we're racing with the four-cylinder bone stocks for 20 laps. Nickel will take the field into turn number 1. Graves is going to file in the second. Quick contact for third, almost 3 wide. Here comes Randy Martin on the outside trying to gain positions. The 611 on the inside, that's Jamie Shields out of Delaware trying to protect that spot. Randy Martin on the outside. Kara Martin, daughter, trying to follow dad through on the outside.
Yeah, those Martin machines, they finally seem to have really gotten the setup on both cars. You know, we've seen the 53 of Kara Martin looking strong, but Dad's car, the 52, hasn't been doing so good in recent events, but they seem to have hit the setup here because they're keeping right up and actually contending very strongly here, as though Randy, though, slides up a little bit. Daughter's going to get in and underneath there as they catch up to the 611.
Yeah, Kara Martin to the inside in the 53. She won the first feature race earlier tonight. Carter Nickel still at the point. Sierra Graves, a good run thus far in the 28, still in second spot. And the 611 right there, that's Jamie Shields in third, but now Kara Martin will try and work to the outside.
There was some contact back in the field. The 33 of Mike Beneteau made contact with the 52R of Randy Martin. When they got into the turn, Randy paid the shot back. they both kept them going the right direction, but Randy, I don't think, liked what happened in the backstretch.
Kara Martin continues to work to the outside of Shields in the 611. Can't make any ground as of yet, but she's gonna, now she does the crossover as Shields went to the outside, and a little bit of contact there as Shields came down on the 53. And now the 53 of Martin in the grass, and she's gonna stop right there, so problems on the 53. And are we gonna go caution here? Martin trying to maneuver around here. We're still green, still green. The field will come around. We'll go caution on the speedway.
It was looking like a classic Chaos car race there for a moment.
Yes, it
Kara
was.
did a 360-degree barrel turn there in the infield for some reason.
Yeah, there was contact with the 611, the Shields. Kara outmaneuvered Shields out of turn 2, did the crossover, and Shields came down on the 53 and maybe some damage to the 53 that she couldn't continue.
I'm not sure. It's also possible the car might have stalled. She might have thought that she was done and just pulled into the infield and maybe got it restarted. That would sort of explain the strange, you know, I think she pulled to the infield, maybe got it fired back up and then was like, I'm still in it. And then tried to get back in the race there. Oh, no, she's going off. So I don't know. That's bizarre. Not sure what happened on the 53 of Kara Martin there, but in any case, probably not going to go back-to-back tonight. She was the feature race #1 winner. The 52 of Carter Nickel confidently out front there.
11 laps to go, John.
So time running out in this Bone Stock feature race, the final race of the night. It's been a fairly long night here at Grand Bend Speedway, but I would say a fun one. Lots of great racing throughout the evening. Capping it off here with the Bone Stocks. And a competitive group here tonight. So Carter Nickel and the red Earl Ross look-alike car. White flag gonna fly here, or yep, there's our white flag from Aiden to the flag stand. 1 lap before we go back at it. I think, Chris, you were saying 10 or 11 laps to go there. So here we go, through turns 3 and 4. Sierra Graves up on the high side, down the front straightaway. Carter Nickel sees the green flag, mashes the gas here, and we're off and running with the Bone Stocks. Oh, they're playing bumper cars here in turn 1.
Wow, and Kara Martin got the bad end of that deal again.
And I think she stalled out over there once again.
Sierra Graves in the 28 was sideways going through turn 1, and she righted the ship. The 116 was sideways. You could hear the sheet metal banging against each other.
Yeah, pinball's a tough game to play on a racetrack, I tell you. Kara Martin's got it fired back up there again, but you know, it's almost as if, I remember back at Delaware when we first started Bone Stocks, Chaos Cars, whatever you want to call them during that time. There is a mechanism in these cars, because they were originally street cars, obviously, but street cars have a sensor in them that's designed in many cases that if you hit something, if it detects an impact, it'll shut the engine off. And so typically they will disable those on the vehicles, but you know, it's only a problem if you hit something, really. And Kara Martin, I'm just going to point out, both times where she's made contact tonight, it seems to me like the car is shutting off.
They're going to double them up right now, and the benefactor right now is probably the 33 of Mike Beneteau, who's all of a sudden up to 3rd spot now as we get set for a restart.
This is going to be that's the comeback story of the night right there on Brad Clarke Memorial Night, because that's Brad's
Oh, the
son.
28 of Sierra Graves is leaving the track. So the 28 out of the feature for now. Nickel will bring the field to green another time. Looking to the flag stand. They'll mash the gas. Green flag. We're racing again.
And Mike Beneteau, the 33, he'd love to win on Brad Clarke Memorial Night, because that's Dad.
Halfway this time by. Beneteau trying to force his way down the inside. So is Randy Martin.
And Beneteau up to 2nd here. He's still running it pretty loose out there, but in contact through the mid-pack there between the teammates, the 611 and the 116 in Peru. Drivers have themselves sort of settled out here. The 52 of Nickel out front, 33 of Beneteau second, 52R. Randy Martin going to give a little shot to the 33 of Beneteau here.
Yeah, Martin gave him a little bit of a shot. Kara Martin trying to work the outside back in the field. The 33 and 52R aren't done yet, I don't think, John.
Well, they had a little bit of history from earlier in the race, too. Sideways again, the 33 of Beneteau. You know, Randy Martin might be trying to get the back end of the 33 a little bit upset, but the back end's already pretty upset, I'd say.
Somebody who's loving this is the 52 of Carter Nickel up front. You guys go crash and bang all you want behind me. I'll stay here.
Laps ticking down in the four-cylinder pole stocks as Mike Beneteau still kicking it sideways. Randy Martin's going to try and take another run at him here in the 52 black 52R.
5 to go this time by. That 52R of Randy Martin gets a little closer to 33. He might touch him again.
And again, sideways for the 33 of Beneteau. And then behind that, the 611 got sideways to the 53 of Kara Martin. Now down to the inside and up just ahead of that. Still fighting hard for the second place spot here. Beneteau again sideways to 52 of Randy Martin. Skates on through.
2 to go this time by for the leader, Carter Nickel. Randy Martin in second. And Beneteau still fishing all around this quarter mile. Here comes Kara Martin out of battle.
White flag this time by for the 52 of Carter Nickel. And whoa, out of turn 4, the 33 of Mike Beneteau's barely hanging on to it here. Kara Martin might try to make a move here.
Through turns 3 and 4, double checkers in the air. The 52, Carter Nickel's gonna take it.
Watch turn 4 here. Randy Martin for second, 33 Beneteau, 53 of Martin. That's the 611 of Jamie Shields.
And they hit the wall outside just before the turn 1 exit. The 611 hard into the outside wall.
He was battling with his teammate, the 116 of Chad Peru. Just.
Well, Carter Nickel out of Elsa Craig. Second feature of the season, I believe.
Yep.
And Mike Beneteau helping Carter celebrate here. The old front wheel drive burnout.
Off the back of the 52, no less. Beauty.
That's it, bud. No more.
Once the smoke clears out of the 33, you could probably send him on his way, John. Oh, actually, Mike's getting out for some reason.
He's going to congratulate him.
Oh, yes, he is. There he goes.
He's happy for him. Aiden, get me that checker flag for these guys here. Aiden, you got a checker flag for me here? I'll run this down because Carter's fast. He's getting out already. Happy campers, happy campers. Carter Nickel, you are the winner on Brad Clarke Memorial Night. Take a bow. Take a Kyle Busch bow for us, will you? Helmet off, second win of the season according to my notes and Chris's notes. See if I can get poked in the eye by a checker flag before the end of the night. Well, it's got to feel good to be down here at the end of a long night.
Oh, it feels amazing.
Who do you want? It was a tough goal behind you there. They were fighting tooth and nail, and Mike was really fighting tooth and nail out there. But this 52 is just fast tonight.
It was set up amazing. I can't thank my dad enough. He set up the car just right, and it was just amazing. I can't believe I'm here today on the Brad Clarke Memorial. It's an incredible feeling.
And you've been out here a lot on the Thursday nights as well. You think those extra laps are helping?
Oh, it helped for sure. We found a line on the Thursday nights, and we were doing that, and it helped a lot.
Who do you want to thank tonight?
All of our sponsors, Byless Power Sports, Bad Daddy Customs, McCauley Electric, all the fans for sticking around, and all of Grand Bend.
Right on. Race fans, put your hands together for the 52. That's Carter Nickel. He is your winner on Brad Clarke Memorial Night. We'll swing on over. We'll grab a photo. Tonight's racing sponsored by Action Trailers. And Chris, I'll throw it up to you in the booth to send us home.
Thank you, John, and thank you, race fans, for joining us on what's been an incredible night here at Grand Bend Speedway. Obviously, please get home safe and sound this evening. We're back at it next Saturday night, so make sure you join us here at the GBS. Thank you to all the race officials and staff, all of our employees and everybody, track officials, taking care of safety and business trackside. We appreciate you being here. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see you next Saturday night here at Grand Bend Speedway, and we'll race you at the beach.